We are. The microphone's unmuted. Okay. Good morning. We are back on the record. The time is 9 a.m. Date is July 17th, 2025. The commission and its staff are again appearing from Kalispell, Montana at the Flathead County Fairgrounds. But today we will begin our proceedings in the Expo building. This is day 2 of the scheduled public hearing in docket number 2025.03.026. Involving involving NW Services application for Class D certificate of public convenience and necessity. To begin the day, I will first ask for public comment. Please note that the session is being recorded and all comments received will be public record, so please do not include confidential or private information in your comments. We will begin with any commenters in the room. Are there any public commenters in the room? Would you please step over here to the witness stand and you can use that microphone. And you're welcome to take a seat if you like or stand if you're more comfortable. Just turn on that microphone so we can hear you. And to begin, please state your name and the town where you live. We don't need your actual address, but just the town where you live. If you're speaking on behalf of an organization, please identify the organization. If you have written comments, please submit them online through the commission's ready portal at pschelp@mt.gov. So welcome.
Thank you. My name's Bill Goldberg.
I think you need to turn that on.
Says it's off.
There you go. Okay.
Bill Goldberg, Compass Construction, live in Kalispell. Had my company here 21, 22 years now. Just kind of caught, I just got back into town at 1 o'clock this morning. So when I heard about this, I would like to give my quick experience as to, I don't know all the details of everything on what's gone on. I'll do a better job of getting caught up to speed. But my simple frustration, I guess, is the fact that in a construction and development company, having one option has become quite cumbersome. I have folks in my office that have worked in other states where this service is more readily available, and it's become a pinch point for us schedule wise with our projects, because an example I would give you is the inconsistency of the service, and so much to a point where we decided to buy all of our own trailers and attempt to handle that portion ourselves, which we did for several years. It's not ideal. Ask anybody in my office and they would tell you it was quite the challenge. And that was one of the main points. And then you tie it back to the dollar side of things. And, you know, as everybody knows in construction, we're trying to figure out ways to most efficiently get those tasks done. It became more and more the emphasis with folks in my office that had previous experiences in other places with companies that provided the level of service that would be expected for what you're paying for, and how we could conduct business without having that service available is what my point is that that's what was so challenging. And the only way to combat that, we attempted it through ourselves and performing it ourselves, which we're still doing now. I know there's a couple other companies that attempted to, on a smaller scale, provide that service. We tried working with them, and I had heard through the grapevine, I don't know the details. I don't know if it's hearsay to their side of like, well, this is what happened. I just know they got squeezed out, and then that service was no longer available for certain reasons, and we were back to our fail-safe of just saying, well, I guess we've got to do this ourselves. And So when I heard about this, I was like, I would love to have more options for us to be able to lean on a reliable, consistent, fair service so that we can provide that to our clients.
Thank you. Are there any other public commenters in the room? Any other public commenters in the room? Okay, seeing none, do we have any public commenters online?
No, we do not.
Okay. So seeing no further public comment, we will resume the hearing with Evergreen's next witness, or first witness, I should say.
Evergreen calls Andrew Ewing. Mr. Ewing was sworn yesterday when you did the swearing.
Great, thank you. Spell his last name just for the.
Certainly.
Yes, Ewing.
Can you state your full name for the record?
Yes, it's Andrew Ewing.
Where do you live? Is it okay if I call you Andy first?
Yes, please do.
Andy, where do you live?
I live here in Kalispell.
What is your current job?
I'm the manager at Evergreen Disposal.
And can you describe for the commission your background in the solid waste industry?
Yes, I rode in my first garbage truck when I was 6 years old with my dad. I've been working in the industry for 20 years now. I've worked for private haulers. I've worked for larger companies. I've worked in markets that were heavily regulated, franchise agreements. I've worked in open markets, and now here in Montana working under the PSC.
And the other markets you've worked in, were those also growing markets?
Absolutely. Yeah, they were all mountain towns. Bend, Oregon, Jackson Hole, Wyoming, and now here.
Andy, can you describe for the commission generally the area that Evergreen serves?
Yes, Evergreen, we service from the north clear up to Eureka. We go clear out to the upper Yak, if you know where that is. We're pretty close to the Idaho border out there, Libby. Then we service all of Kalispell, Columbia Falls, into Glacier National Park. The only areas of Flathead we don't service are right around Big Fork and Summers area, and then Whitefish.
And you've attended the hearing yesterday as well as today, correct?
Yes, correct.
Okay. And from the hearing, do you understand that NW Services is applying for a Class D certificate for roll-off containers only?
Yes.
Okay, what is a roll-off container?
Roll-off container, generally it's what you would see at a construction site. We also consider compactors to be roll-off containers. We use the same trucks to haul those compactors, and you see those behind large stores, Costco, Walmart, stuff like that. They have compactors there. We haul those. It's called a roll-off because that's exactly what it is. You roll the container off of either the truck or the trailer, leave it at a job site, come back and collect it.
So when we talk today, do you understand that we're discussing the services that the applicant's applying for? We're discussing roll-off services.
Yes.
How many roll-off trucks does Evergreen currently have?
We have 6 large trucks that haul the up to 30-yard containers and compactors. We also have a small truck that we use for tight areas with 10-yard containers. So we have 7 total roll-off trucks.
Can you describe these larger trucks? Are they a pickup?
Definitely not. They can haul upwards of 65,000 pounds total. They are CDL trucks. You have to have a commercial driver's license to drive those. They can get pretty heavy. They have air brakes. All of them that we have are Peterbilt trucks.
How many tires does each of those trucks have?
10. There's 8 in the back and 2 in the front.
You know how much one of these trucks costs?
Yeah, it goes up every year. Right now, they're around $230,000 for a truck with the roll-off equipment on the back boxes.
And does Evergreen also own containers, or do you require your customers to purchase containers?
No, we own containers. There are a few customers that own the compactors. Some of them own their own compactors, but other than that, we own all our roll-off containers.
How many roll-off containers does Evergreen currently have available in this market?
About 150.
Okay, and what sizes of container? Is
Yeah, they
that-
range from 10 yard up to 30 yard, 10, 20, and 30 yard. Both open top, which, you know, there's no lid on, and then our bear resistant containers have solid metal lids on them. We have those too in each size.
Has that number remained static for the last 5 years?
No, that's gone way up. So post-COVID, as you know, the valley's changed quite a bit. We've had to grow up with it. It's a lot more containers than we used to have.
Has Evergreen also added trucks in the last 5 years?
Yes, we've added trucks here.
Andy, if you could look at the binder of Evergreen's exhibits.
Yeah.
Okay, could you turn to the exhibit mark 2 on there?
Yes.
And that is a 3-page document marked exhibit 2 on the bottom of the first page.
Yes.
Okay, do you recognize this document?
Yes, I do.
On number 4 of this document, or what is this document, do you know?
Yeah, this is our protest for the application.
Okay, for NW Services application. Okay. And on number 4 at the bottom of the first page, do you see that revenue number down there?
Yes, I do.
Do you know what that revenue number is?
Yeah, that would be how much money we brought in from roll-off. And I believe that's 2024.
Okay. And is that a gross number?
Correct.
That's not the profit.
That is definitely not the profit.
Okay. Is that accurate as to Evergreen's gross from roll-offs to your knowledge in 2024?
Yes.
Move for the admission of Evergreen's exhibit 2.
Any objections?
Can I have word here?
May.
Who is Robert Cloninger?
Excuse me, Robert Cloninger.
Yes.
I believe he's an attorney.
Is he with Evergreen or is he with Waste Connections? Do you know?
Yes, Waste Connections.
And he's an attorney
Correct.
and he signed the document.
Correct.
I have no objection.
Okay, without objection, then Evergreen number 2 is admitted.
Andy, looking at exhibit 2, taking that $2.6 million number, if you divide that by the 150 containers, that comes out to, by my math, about $17,000 per container.
That sounds right, yeah.
Okay. And so does that sound accurate to you, to the gross revenue per container that Evergreen sees
Yes, yeah.
or has seen in 2024? Going back to your experience, your 20 years experience in the solid waste industry, have you handled roll-off business over that 20 years?
Absolutely, yes. Yeah.
Consistently?
Consistently, yes. Both in dispatching them, I have my CDL. I was in a roll-off truck last week.
Okay. And based on your experience, is it feasible that Evergreen could average 42,000 per container as gross revenue per year?
No, we'd have to more than double our haul fee to do that. Yeah, there's no way.
Okay. Does Evergreen ever get special requests from customers for roll-off containers?
Yeah, all the time. That's the fun part of the job.
Okay. What kind of special requests do you get?
It can be anything. We have to do site checks before delivering a roll-off generally. There's, a large truck and a large box isn't going to fit in everybody's driveway. So we generally have to go up there to pick up, make sure there's a safe spot to put it. The type of container, Glacier Park, they require bear resistant containers up there. So we have to have those available. It can be anything, as well as determining the right size for the customer. So they're not getting something bigger than they need or too small.
Is Evergreen currently using 100% of its containers?
No,
So if you get a call tomorrow for 4 containers, can Evergreen deliver them?
yes, we could.
Does Evergreen have options if it were to run short on roll-off containers?
Yeah, what we do, we try to be proactive. We always order containers in the spring. We have some coming next month. And then if we do get to a point where we're too low to meet the customer demand, we can always borrow containers from some of our sister companies around down in the Bitterroot, Idaho. We have other sites that we can borrow from.
How long does it take after ordering to get a new roll-off container?
You mean when we order them to purchase?
Yes.
Generally between 8 to 12 weeks. It all depends on, supply chain, stuff like that.
Okay, and has that been variable over the last 5 years?
Absolutely, yeah. Yeah, there were times, post-COVID with supply chain issues where we'd call in, companies were 6 months out on building them for you.
And now with tariff uncertainty, has that affected timelines too?
It's absolutely affected timelines. Yeah, with the tariffs, we were, a lot of steel gets shipped in from Canada. That became a huge issue with the tariffs going into place. But we were proactive and ready for that, luckily. But yeah, I mean that in the industry, just like anything else, it varies widely on when you can get stuff. So.
Mr. Hill testified that the construction in the Flathead Valley was year-round and there was year-round need. Is it your experience that the need is static throughout the year?
Static? No, not at all. No, it varies widely, our business. The roll-off volume is more than double in the summer months, peak season, than compared to winter.
And you have to store those containers in the winter, they don't just go away?
Yes, exactly. Yeah, we have 2 large storage yards and they're full of containers in the winter time, and then it's almost all of them go out in the summertime. Yeah.
Where does Evergreen keep roll-off containers?
We store them over at our yard, over off Highway 2, and then we also store them at Valley Recycling, or other company in town.
And do you keep containers at your Libby operations as well?
Yes, we do out in Libby as well.
How many drivers does Evergreen currently employ for roll-off customers?
Full-time drivers, we have 4, and then we have the ability to flex as needed. We can have up to 6, 7 drivers a day if it's necessary, depending on if we have a large job or anything like that.
Are these seasonal employees or do you employ them year-round?
But we don't employ any seasonal drivers. The driver position is safety sensitive, and we don't feel like you would get a quality driver if they're seasonal.
Has that number of 4 to 7 drivers available remained static over the last 5 years?
No, that's a lot more than it was 5 years ago, yeah.
So Evergreen has increased the number of available drivers to meet needs?
Correct.
Do all of Evergreen's roll-off drivers have CDLs?
All the roll-off drivers, yes, they do.
Okay. Does that put limitations on their driving?
Yes, having a CDL, you have strict service hours. You're allowed to run. We don't want our drivers over 12 hours a day. They're legal up to 14, as long as, just like Mr. Hill stated yesterday, you're within 100 air miles of where you start. But yeah, with the hours of service and then the hours that the landfill are open, it's a very strict rule, and we follow that. 12 hours a day, and you're only allowed 60 hours of work in a 7-day period and 70 hours in an 8-day period, and we are very strict with that.
Your drivers also have to undergo health checks?
Yeah, to have a CDL, you have to have a med card or a medical examiner certificate. You have to get that renewed every 2 years. It's basically you're going in, taking a physical, showing you're fit enough to drive a vehicle like that. Yeah.
With these roll-off trucks, is it important to Evergreen that they're operated safely?
It's the most important thing we do. Safety is my number one value as a person, and it's also our company's number one value.
Based on your experience in the hauling industry, is it a safe practice to skirt CDL requirements, even if you're not technically required to comply with them?
No, that's absolutely unsafe. We require anyone that even drives a pickup at Evergreen is required to go get a medical card and be part of a drug testing pool. I've seen it quite a bit, you know, in the industry and in open markets, you see that quite a bit. People try to push the limits on what they can do to increase their profit margins, and taking safety shortcuts is not something I'm okay with.
If one of these roll-off trucks is a pretty heavy vehicle, correct?
Correct.
If it's in an accident, can that cause a lot of damage?
Yeah, a large truck is going to cause a lot more damage than a passenger vehicle, absolutely.
Does Evergreen provide its drivers with competitive pay?
Yes, we do.
Do Evergreen's drivers, are they also entitled to benefits from the company?
Full benefits. Yep.
Stock purchase options?
Yes.
If one of your drivers is sick or injured, do you have options to pull in additional drivers?
Yes, we do. All of our supervisors, myself included, have CDL, so we can sub in. We can also, if we get in a pinch, pull drivers from other locations in our company to come help.
Have you had an experience with being short on drivers at Evergreen in Kalispell?
In Kalispell, no, I haven't recently.
These roll-off trucks, do they require maintenance?
Yeah, a lot of maintenance.
Okay. Does Evergreen have daily maintenance requirements for trucks for
Yes.
and drivers?
Yeah, the drivers are required to check their trucks. It's what we call a pre-trip and post-trip inspection. It's a documented DOT form that they're signing off saying their truck is safe to drive every day. As well, and like just wanted to touch on that, we also do our mechanics do what we call PMs on the trucks, which is preventative maintenance. That comes up every 2 weeks, or if they go over mileage in that 2-week period, it comes sooner.
Okay, and you talked about each of these trucks has 10 tires on it. Does Evergreen go through a lot of tires?
Yes, at the landfill, you pick up all kinds of good stuff in the landfill. Last year, we spent over $22,000 just on tires and tire repairs only on our roll-off trucks.
Based on your experience, would $100 for maintenance be adequate to maintain trucks for a roll-off company?
No, you could repair a flat for that amount, one of them, but we have dozens of them every month.
You mentioned that safety is important to you and to Evergreen, correct?
Yes.
Mr. Hill testified, or one of the Hills testified about safety trainings. Does Evergreen have safety trainings for its employees?
Yes, we have twice a week safety meetings. We have monthly mandatory meetings on a variety of topics. Every year we put our entire team through a defensive driver training program called the Smith System. We have 5 certified Smith System trainers at our site, and then every employee goes through that every year.
And has Evergreen invested in technology to promote driver safety?
Yeah, we have dash cams, we call them drive cams, powered by Lytics. You know, they're AI powered. I have one in my work pickup. If I were to be driving down the highway and decide I want a snack or pick up my phone, the AI is going to capture that. It's going to send a video to my boss, and I'm going to get a phone call. We have a no drinking, no eating policy. Seatbelts on. You know, if we roll a stop sign, it's going to pick up on that. If we're following a vehicle too closely, we require our drivers to maintain at least 4 seconds of following distance everywhere. And I have terminated drivers that can't meet those standards.
But Evergreen believed that investing in that technology was important to maintain safety?
Yep, like I said, safety is our company's #1 value as well as mine. It's well worth it. Montana is one of the most dangerous states in the country to drive in. More fatalities than almost anywhere, per capita. Crashes. We have to be on the defense at all times. My wife and kids are sharing the roads with our big trucks. It's something I get choked up when I talk about it. Really, it's something that I hold dear. It's crucial.
No. On that topic, what are some dangers that a roll-off driver might have other than accidents?
Yeah, it was pointed out yesterday that roll-off's not a labor-intensive job, and if you asked any of my drivers that, they would shake their head and smile, because in the wintertime, when you're sitting up at the landfill, at 20 degrees below zero, trying to chip the ice out of a box, because all the snow and everything melts in the bottom of those boxes and then refreezes, and they can spend hours up there chipping boxes out. A set of 3-rail tire chains, a set of those can weigh over 100 pounds. And when you're taking them off and on 6-7 times a day, it's definitely very labor intensive.
Okay. And have you ever experienced these vehicles having slide offs?
Yes, especially with the roll off. When you're empty, there's no weight on the rear end of the vehicle. All the weight's on the front. They'll slide off very easily. It happens all the time. We have to be willing to try to service anybody. And sometimes we put our trucks in a spot where they're going to get stuck, and we have to call a tow truck. And, we did that in West Glacier this year. It's a $2,000 bill just to send a tow truck up there to get us out of the ditch.
Is that a cost you pass on to your customers?
No.
Can a driver tell if a container is heavy just by looking at it?
By looking at it, no, generally not.
Okay. And if there's a overweight container, can that be dangerous for a driver?
Absolutely, yeah.
How can it be dangerous for a driver?
Trucks are only designed to carry a certain amount of weight. When you have an overweight container, your stopping distance isn't going to be as good. Your chance of a rollover is highly increased. Roll-off boxes, the loads don't tend to be balanced like they would in a regular garbage truck. The weight can shift very easily going around corners.
You provide your drivers with training to try to counteract?
Absolutely, yeah. Every driver we hire goes through 20 days of training before they're released on their own.
Have you reviewed NW Services data requests with respect to their pickups, trailer, and containers that they have currently?
Yes.
Based on your experience, could NW Services container be overfilled to the point that a CDL would be required?
Could it? Yes. I had a 10 cubic yard container last week that I hauled that was over 7 times, and it wasn't even full. So a 13 to 18 yard container could certainly be overweight. Yeah.
And based on your review of NW Services equipment and your knowledge of the industry, could NW Services haul a 30-yard container with their current equipment?
No.
Mr. Hillman testified yesterday. You were here for that, correct?
Yes.
And he works at Lodge Glacier.
Yes.
And he talked about having a compactor.
Yes.
Could NW Services service that compactor with their current equipment?
No, they couldn't.
Is that compactor pretty heavy?
Yeah, it's pretty heavy. Yeah.
And so their equipment wouldn't be sufficient to haul it?
Yeah, not just based on the weight. We have to special order our containers. Every roll-off container to get the rails that go on the box can be different sizes. So when we order them, we have to order them specific to our equipment. And that's what that one is.
Okay. We talked about the AI camera system that Evergreen is invested in. Has Evergreen also invested in other technology, such as routing software?
Yeah, that's generally, I like to say we keep really good receipts. Customer service is so important and crucial with the PSC, and as you may have heard yesterday, we were able to pull a lot of specific dates on when things occurred. We have our drivers take pictures if there's any issues, and we have a lot of that. The routing software we use helps keep the drivers safe, helps us be efficient, to keep our costs as low as possible too.
But Evergreen pays for that software.
Absolutely, yes.
So if a customer calls Evergreen and requests a roll-off, what, can you go through the process of how a roll-off gets to a customer?
Yeah, when they call to request it, you know, we need an address so we can figure out what area it's in, what the cost is going to be. We have the customer prepay that, and once that payment comes in, then we will schedule that for delivery. You know, we give them a full list of what can and can't go in the container, and you know, making sure they know that it can't be overfilled, things like that, and then we set it out for delivery.
And does your agreement with the customer also state what materials they are not allowed to put in a container?
Yes, exactly, yes.
If a customer puts in disallowed materials, can that cause a lot of havoc to a company?
Absolutely, yeah.
So if you were to pick up a container with some asbestos materials, would that cause trouble?
That'd be huge trouble, yeah, especially at the landfill when we get that there. You know, we train our drivers to look for stuff like that. You can't just haul asbestos without a permit and having it be properly taken care of.
And asbestos containing material, that's not uncommon to find in this region, is it?
Not at all.
So if a customer calls for a roll-off, they might request it on a certain date, is that fair?
Yes,
Or they might request it when Evergreen can get it to them?
as soon as possible or on a specific day, yep.
Okay, and if they request it as soon as possible, what's a typical time to deliver a container based on your experience?
Generally 1 to 2 days. Sometimes, you know, if we have a cancellation or anything like that, it can be same day service.
Okay. And you were here for testimony from shippers talking about pickup times, correct?
Yes.
What is the process for a customer requesting a pickup from Evergreen? Do they call or?
They can call or email. They're almost always going to talk to Lisa in our office. She kind of handles that. It works really well when you can have one person looking at the entire schedule. And then, yeah, then she'll get them on the schedule that way.
Okay, and so is Lisa typically creating the schedule at the end of the day?
Yeah, yep. She typically creates it by the end of the day, and then we'll know if we need 3, 4, 5 drivers for the next day. And then we have the ability to flex very well as a company and can send as many drivers as needed, so people aren't waiting.
Okay. So if Lisa's taking calls during the day and making the route for the next day, is it typical that Evergreen is able to service somebody same day?
I wouldn't say typical. I mean, it really just depends on if we have a cancellation or anything. I mean, with the landfill, the hours at the landfill here in Flathead County are 8 to 5. So we have to have every box we haul in between 8 and 5 that day. So it varies. Luckily, she's been doing this for so many years. She has a lot of knowledge on when somebody calls in, just how long it's going to take. You know, if we're going to deliver a box or what we call swap, you know, which is taking an empty and picking up the full and hauling it to the landfill, kind of how long each of those will take. So she knows how much to give each driver every day.
Okay. And you said that you've dispatched roll-offs in your career.
Absolutely.
In your experience, have any of the businesses you've worked for been able to consistently always offer same-day service?
No, not at all.
Is that feasible for any company?
I don't think that's feasible for anybody, no.
And do you know what the typical time Evergreen has to pick up a container after a request is made based on your review and your time at Evergreen?
Just kind of what the average would be.
Sure.
Yeah, I'd say, 1 to 2 days, sometimes 3, but generally it's 1 to 2 days.
Okay, that's business days, right?
That's business days, yeah. Call on a Friday and we can get it on Monday, that's, yeah.
And how does Evergreen calculate the rates for a roll-off container if a customer calls in and requests one?
Yeah, rates are calculated kind of based on on area, how far away you are, how far outside of town. So your delivery is going to be a little higher if you're outside of town compared to inside of town, just because obviously that's going to take longer. job center takes care of it.
Okay, and does Evergreen calculates rates based on the cost it incurs with regard to providing that service?
Yes, yep.
Does Evergreen include fuel surcharges?
No, we do not.
Has Evergreen ever missed a pickup to your knowledge?
Yes, absolutely. Yep, that happens. You know, we're definitely not perfect. What I take pride in is the way we respond when something like that does happen. It's our job to make it right with the customer. That can include, you know, a free dump, going back, adding an extra container. Mistakes do happen, absolutely.
Okay. And a missed pickup, does that just mean the driver forgot it, or can it mean something else too?
Generally with a missed pickup, especially with a roll-off container, these are at, you know, they're at construction sites with a lot of moving pieces. Generally, something's blocking that. You know, a large construction site, you have electricians, plumbers, all these subcontractors that don't understand that they can't be blocking a container. They don't know what day it's going to be emptied. It's up to our drivers. What we have them do is take photos to send back to Lisa so she can reach out to the customer, letting them know something was blocked. What we try to do at first, if we can't, is try to find somebody to move whatever's blocking that container. If we can't do that, we have to move on. Like I said, you know, the landfill's only open certain hours. We can't sit around half an hour, 45 minutes waiting for somebody to move equipment so we can get it out of there.
And we're in Montana, and sometimes mountainous areas can a container also be blocked by snow?
Snow and ice, that happens all the time in the winter, absolutely.
Does Evergreen ever deny service?
I wouldn't say we deny service. It's one of our jobs is, you know, to be willing to service anybody. We get very creative sometimes about what we can do. You know, we have to make sure safety is our number one value. But after that, we can be pretty creative in ways we can service customers that request something.
Okay, so you try to work with customers to find an alternate solution if you're unable to serve them at their site?
Absolutely.
Are you concerned that NW services will not serve the more difficult areas to reach within Evergreen service area?
Absolutely, that would be a concern of mine. You know, we have to be willing to try to service anybody and everybody. If somebody comes in and is able to just kind of cherry pick easier areas, that would be a huge concern for us.
You reviewed the pro forma that NW Services produced in data requests, and it was discussed at the hearing yesterday, correct?
Yes, I did.
Is it realistic, based on your 20 years experience in the solid waste industry, to rent out 100% of containers at a daily rate?
100% a day? No, definitely not.
Is it realistic that the expenses of a roll-off business would be 30% of the gross?
No,
Is it fair that some costs are inherent no matter how many customers you have?
absolutely.
You currently work for Evergreen, correct?
Yes, correct.
Evergreen's part of a larger company, is that correct?
Yes, yes, Waste Connections.
And how long have you worked within Waste Connections?
I've worked for Waste Connections since 2017.
And have you also worked at a smaller company?
Yes, yeah, 13 years before that, I worked for a small private hauler.
And in your experience with Waste Connections, have you also dealt with smaller companies also in the industry?
Yeah. When I was in Jackson is what we call an open market. Anybody can get a pickup truck and haul trash. They can haul roll off. There's lots of competitors. We called it the wild, wild west out there.
And what's your experience comparatively of working in a small company versus a larger company like Waste Connections with regard to safety?
That's the biggest issue. I got into this industry when I was 18 for a private hauler, and some of the stuff that we did today, I would say, is unacceptable. Smaller companies have to find ways to save money. You know, they cut costs, and I saw it in Jackson firsthand. You would have people that were unqualified to run equipment, running equipment, whether that mean they don't have any high vis on. They weren't properly trained to drive the equipment. That's what small companies do. A lot of times is they take safety shortcuts in order to save money. And that's not okay with me.
And is that your experience with Waste Connections? Does it take safety shortcuts?
Not at all. It was an easy transition for me. My values, safety being first, align with Waste Connections values.
You were here yesterday when Riggs Galtney testified, correct?
Riggs, yes, with Dick Anderson.
Correct.
Yes.
Mr. Galtney expressed a desire for same-day services. We've already covered that that's not feasible in this industry consistently, is it?
No, not at all.
But Evergreen is providing service within 1 to 2 days.
Yes.
Mr. Galtney also expressed his belief that competition would decrease wait time for containers. You just mentioned you previously worked in an unregulated market, correct?
Yes.
Did Dick Anderson have jobs there?
We actually, yes, we worked with Dick Anderson when I was in Jackson, Wyoming. Yes.
Okay, and to be clear, in Wyoming, entry into the roll-off container market is not regulated by the
Not
state.
regulated at all.
So anyone can come in.
Anybody can come in and do it. Yep.
Okay. And did Dick Anderson get same-day service there?
No, there was one instance, starting a large project and called us, and we were 10 to 11 days out on delivery. That was just, it was post-COVID, so there were supply chain issues at the time. They said they were going to call somebody else because that was unacceptable to them. And they called back later that day and said, we'll take it in 10 days. You guys are the quickest.
Okay. And so based on your experience, open competition did not result in a lesser wait time as compared to the market here in Kalispell?
No, not at all.
Did you review Evergreen's, well, backing up, you mentioned Evergreen keeps data on pickup requests and pickup dates.
Yes.
Did you review Evergreen's data for pickup requests and pickup dates for the 2 jobs that Mr. Galtney described in the Kalispell area?
Yes.
In the past year, how long did it take Evergreen to respond to a pickup request at those jobs?
Generally 1 to 2 days, sometimes same day service.
Okay.
I know, I looked it up yesterday, the job at 1900 Jefferson, they're currently doing, we have emptied their box 47 times year to date. Only had issues once, I think on June 6th, the container was blocked. They had the parking lot torn apart, couldn't get it. Our driver took a picture, sent it in, and we had to reschedule that. But
You were also here when Mr. Sneed testified about a container he used some years back.
with
Big
Big
Sky Rents?
Sky, yes, correct.
Okay, and I believe he testified he used a 6-yard container.
He said 8 yard. It's actually a 6 yard that they have there, which is a front load. It's not a roll off container.
Okay, so that's not a roll-off container at all. And you were able to review Evergreen's data on that as well
Yes.
and verify that it was a 6-yard front load container?
Yeah, the easiest way to verify that too, I mentioned we have the drive cams in the trucks. I can pull video and I can watch the driver dump that container. I watched them dump it the other day. Yeah.
You were also here yesterday when Mr. Arnst and Mr. Hill testified about Evergreen's service to Sandry Construction in Glacier,
Yes.
correct?
Yep.
And just to be clear, Glacier National Park has limitations on what they allow within the park for garbage hauling, is that correct?
That's correct. There are certain times you can go in and out of the park, and then you also do need a bear resistant container to operate in there.
Okay, and so the container that Evergreen provided to Sandry for that job, was it compliant with national park requirements?
Yes, it was a bear resistant container. Definitely not bear proof. Those don't exist. If you've ever been around grizzly bears, nothing's bear proof.
And did you review Evergreen's data regarding service requests from Sandry for that project?
Yes.
What did you find?
I didn't see any issues.
Okay. Did Sandry's payment clear on October 2nd?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And the specialized container was placed there by the 11th of October?
Correct.
Okay, and with that, you don't know if that's the date they requested or the timing?
Correct. We can't tell if they requested that date. We can see that we didn't have to reschedule the delivery for any reason on our end, yeah.
Okay. And in your system, does it note that on December 21st of 2023, the container was to be pulled because it was done for the season?
Correct.
And is that information Evergreen put in that Evergreen was done for the season, or was that the information Evergreen got from the customer?
It was either from the customer or that was directions from the park that the headquarters is closed for the season.
Okay, so that wasn't Evergreen's decision
No.
unilaterally to pull out on a certain day?
No,
It's either what the customer wanted or what the park required.
correct.
Mr. Hill also testified regarding an invoice that Sandra had received from Evergreen for that project, correct?
Yes,
He mentioned, and these numbers are from my notes, so they might be off by a few dollars.
Mhm.
He mentioned, I think, $472.50 in rent. Do you know what that is?
yeah, rental on that bear resistant container,
Okay,
a daily rental fee.
okay. And was that prorated for the period of the month that they had it?
Yeah, I believe that's for 20 days with the rent, yeah.
Okay, so if you divide 472 by 20, you end up with about $20 a day
Mhm.
fee for having the container there.
Correct.
Okay, and then there's a disposal fee, he noted, of about $40 a yard for 3.77 and 3 yards respectively of material.
Yes,
Is that disposal fee going into Evergreen's pocket?
the disposal fee, no, we call that pass through. So we have to pay the disposal fee to the landfill, and then we pass that on to the customer. I believe at that time in 2023, it was probably around $37 per ton. And then, so there's a few dollars added on for what we call our admin fee. That admin fee, basically what that covers, if you get a roll-off customer that doesn't end up paying their bill, which will happen from time to time, and we have to send them to a collection agency, we don't recoup that money. So that admin fee helps cover that, because we still have to pay the landfill, obviously.
And does the admin fee also cover reconciling the receipts given from the landfill with the runs made?
Yep, exactly.
And your drivers note the amount that at the time they tip to?
Yes, yeah. Drivers get a ticket, they enter it, and then we get an email at the end of the day to reconcile that.
Okay, and so your admin's reconciling between the two?
Exactly.
That takes time.
Absolutely.
And then he also mentioned 2 hauls at about $495 each. And so to be clear, based on Evergreen's notes, Evergreen went up there on December 1st,
Mhm.
2023, correct?
Yep,
Brought an empty container with them when they went up to the park. Correct.
correct.
And dropped that empty container, correct?
Yes.
And then came back with a full container to the landfill, correct?
Yep, dropped an empty and picked up the full one, correct.
Okay, and do you know what the drive time is to go go from Kalispell to get that container and take it back to the landfill and get it dropped?
Yeah, I mean, obviously it varies, generally around an hour and a half. That's in good weather. This was in December, so.
Round trip or each way?
What's that?
Round trip or each way?
An hour and a half each way, yeah.
Okay. And then there were 2 hauls. So the second haul, was that on December 21st?
Yes.
The date we talked about when Evergreen went up empty, picked up the container and left for the season?
Correct, yeah, that was the removal date, yes.
Okay, and again, that takes about 3 hours of drive time
Yeah,
minimum. We're talking about December, so we don't know if we're on good
right.
roads or not.
Obviously, it varies wildly, yes.
Okay, and so when Evergreen calculates these $495 per load, does that include the fuel,
Yep,
the time,
yes,
vehicle wear and tear,
yes.
container wear and tear?
Yep.
The containers break down over time?
Absolutely. We have a full-time welder, and that's his job, is to keep our containers usable. Yeah.
Covers Evergreen's investment in safety?
Yep.
Covers all the improvements Evergreen's made over the time?
Yes.
Covers running Evergreen's website, covers Lisa's salary,
Yep,
and covers administration.
it does. It also, it helps subsidize Valley Recycling, if we can get into that at some point too, if you want.
Okay. The last witness that discussed services was Evergreen was Mr. Hillman with Lodge Glacier. Do you
Yes.
recall that?
Yep.
Mr. Hillman testified that Lodge had timing issues for removal of a construction roll-off in the spring or summer of 2024. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
Okay. After you heard that testimony, did you review Evergreen's data on that?
Yes, I did.
What did you find?
Yep, like I said, we keep the receipts. We have very good notes, and I can read it all to you if you like.
Sure.
They ordered a roll-off box on March 8th, 2024, requested it for March 13th, and we delivered it on March 13th for that project. They requested a swap, and when I say swap, that's leaving it empty and removing the fold. On April 12th was when the request came in, and we completed that on April 12th. They requested a swap on May 2nd. And then we were able to complete that on May 6th. That was over a weekend. They requested a swap on May 10th, and we were able to do that on May 13th. They requested a swap on May 21st. We were able to do that the next day, May 22nd. They requested a swap on June 3rd. We were able to do that on June 6th, which was over a weekend again. They requested a swap on June 19th. We were able to do that one on June 23rd. Then on July 3rd, and this is what Mr. Hillman may not have realized, we had to send out a past due notice. I don't think he was involved in that side of it. We sent out the notice, then they requested a swap on July 9th. We completed that on July 11th. Also sending out another past due notice on July 10th. We received a partial payment on July 12th. So we did continue service even as we sent out these past due notices, just trying to make sure they had a payment coming in so their service wasn't interrupted. They requested another swap on July 30th, and we were able to swap that on August 1st. Also on August 1st, we had to send out another past due notice as their partial payment, and it came through, but they were still owing more money for these extra swaps. We received that payment on August 5th, and then they requested another pickup on August 13th. We swapped it on August 14th, one day later. They called in to have that box removed on August 20th and for August 22nd. On August 22nd, after the day it started, they called back to cancel that removal. So we had to call the driver off. They called back in on August 28th and changed that removal to a swap because they decided they weren't done. We were able to swap that the next day on August 29th. They requested the box to be swapped out on September 6th, which was a Friday. We were able to swap that. We were not able to swap that on Monday, September 9th. The container was blocked by a blue Subaru that had Montana plates, which we have a picture of. So we drove up there and we're not able to service it or find anybody to move that vehicle. We came back then on September 17th. They called to schedule the removal, and we removed that box on September 19th, 2 days later.
So were all these services within a reasonable amount of business days?
I believe so, yes.
Mr. Hillman testified, I believe, that there was an incident where a container was blocked by snow.
Yes, so that was on their compactor they have up there, yes.
Okay, do you recall that testimony?
I do.
Okay. And did you review Evergreen's data with respect to that?
Yes,
Okay.
yes, I did.
And were you able to find a photo of the snow that blocked access?
Yes, we had said it was blocked by snow, and I believe in his testimony yesterday, he said it had been plowed.
Okay, and so you were able to obtain a photo from your system? Is that
Yep.
correct? Madam Chair, may I approach the witness? Madam Chair, may I approach the
You may.
commission?
Thank you.
Andy, do you recognize the document that I put in front of you?
Yes, I do.
What is that document?
This is a picture of the compactor up at Lodge. And that's definitely in the wintertime, as you can see. It's covered in snow.
And where did you find this photo? Can you?
Yes, this would have been taken by our driver. Like we said, we have this routing software. All of our drivers use computers. They have tablets that have all the list of their work orders, the jobs they're doing for the day. They're able to take photos with that tablet on specific accounts, on specific work orders, and that's where this would have came from.
Okay, and was this a driver submitting this photo with a note saying that he missed the pickup because it was blocked?
Correct, that the snow was the reason he was unable to pick this up.
Okay, and this is kept in Evergreen's data system as part of its usual business?
Correct, he would have taken this photo and sent it directly to Lisa. It lets Lisa reach out to the customer, let them know what the issue was.
Madam Chair, I'd submit this photo as a rebuttal exhibit, I guess we could call it 56.
And floor, dear.
Yes, you may.
What day was this photograph taken?
I can look it up for you. The date's not on this, but the date would be attached to the photo in our system, a timestamp date with the time and date.
So you don't know what date it was taken?
I do not know off the top of my head, no.
You don't know who the driver was?
Yes, I do.
Okay, who is the driver?
Shane Muley.
And you did not accompany the driver at the time this photo was taken?
No, I did not.
I object on the basis of foundation. Madam Chairperson, I don't think that the witness can corroborate that this photograph was taken on the day that the driver left a note saying it was blocked. Just doesn't have foundation for it.
If I may, the witness testified that the photo does have a stamp in their system of the day that the driver said it was blocked, and this is a document kept as part of the Evergreen's usual business records.
It can't be true because he says he doesn't know the date. And if the date was in the system, when he fished this photograph off, he'd have the date.
He said he didn't know the date off the top of his head. It was in the system and he could look in the system.
On the advice of the council, I'm going to sustain the objection due to lack of foundation.
Andy, you've worked in multiple growing markets, you said, correct?
Correct.
Does growth in a market automatically mean that the existing haulers are unable to meet that need?
No, it does not.
A hauler can grow with the market to meet the need, correct?
Absolutely.
Do you believe Evergreen has been growing with the Kalispell market to meet that need?
Yes, I do.
Is that by adding containers,
It'd be by adding containers, adding drivers. Yes, absolutely.
adding
Adding trucks,
trucks.
equipment.
I have nothing further. Thank you, Andy.
Thank you.
Right, I have questions. We got to finish with the parties first. With you. Go to NWS. Do both protestants. Okay. Let's just get across with you. She's right. So understand. What we're discussing is whether Republic goes next because you have similar interests.
If it makes it easier, we have no questions for this one.
Okay,
That makes
great.
it a lot easier.
All right, so we will then turn it over to the commissioners then for questions. Wait, no, cross-examination, that's right, cross-examination. So Mr. Sandry.
Thank you. Mr. Ewing, you worked for Wilderness Garbage and Recycling. Who was that?
Wilderness Garbage and Recycling was the small private hauler I worked for
In what location?
in Central Oregon,
And during what years did you work for Wilderness?
2004 to 2017.
Is Wilderness now part of the larger business?
Yes, Wilderness got bought out by Republic Services.
Okay. So why did you discontinue your service with them?
Why did I not work for that company
And
anymore?
why did you discontinue your employment with Wilderness/Republic?
You're asking me what my personal reason for not working for that company anymore is?
Yeah.
There are a variety of reasons. Do I need to get into all my personal decisions and all that on that? Is that-
Nah, you know what? You don't have to. I just sort of wonder in general. I didn't know it was that personal, so you don't need to answer that. You've been then working with Evergreen since then?
For Waste Connections
Okay, Waste Connections in Kalispell since 2017?
in Kalispell? No,
Yeah. How long have you been in Kalispell?
I've been here since February of this year.
Okay, so you're new here. And can you describe Waste Connections? That's who pays your check, right?
Yes, absolutely.
What is Waste Connections?
What is Waste Connections?
What is it?
It's a company.
Isn't it true to say that it's an international company that's publicly traded both in Canada and on the New York Stock Exchange?
We are in Canada and in the United States. Yes, correct.
Okay, but how about the rest of my question? Isn't it a publicly traded company?
Waste Connections is, Evergreen is decentralized. And that's who I work for and represent is Evergreen Disposal and Bitterroot Disposal.
And then the fellow that signed the protest on behalf of Evergreen is Robert Cloninger. Is he part of this Evergreen branch that you have, or is he part of the bigger sort of conglomerate?
He is part of Waste Connections.
Okay, the big outfit. Okay. You have an idea of the volume of, let's just say, total assets that the bigger company has total? Waste Connections?
Do I know what Waste Connections assets are?
Right.
No, I do not know that.
Okay. You testified, I think, correct me if I'm wrong, that Evergreen Disposal has at its immediate disposal 150 containers sort of in the Flathead, Lincoln County area, correct?
Around that, yes.
Okay. And you also testified that there are 4 drivers here, correct?
Full-time drivers.
4 full-time drivers.
Yeah, summertime is 4 full-time drivers, because one of them is usually a swing driver.
Okay.
Yeah.
So is there sometimes there's 3 drivers?
Absolutely. It's a very seasonal business. Like I said, sometimes 2 to 3 drivers is all you need. So we will have somebody doing other things. Sometimes you need 5 or 6. Yeah.
So you've got 2 to 6 drivers, average of 4, let's say, full-time. How many boxes roll-offs do these drivers touch a day?
That varies wildly based on where they're hauling the boxes from.
But you're familiar with the business. Do you have an idea of the average?
On the average, between 6 and 8, I would say, really. I mean, like I said, it varies widely.
So borrowing from Jackie and trying to do some back alley math, 150 divided by 4 is about 37 and a half. So let's say 37 containers. Your containers are way underused, correct? I mean, if that's the math.
Are containers underused? Yeah. I would say, a lot of our containers, what we're hauling to are recycle containers that we haul to Valley Recycling full of recyclables in town too. Not just open top roll off, so.
Okay. So the roll-offs get used for recycling as well.
Absolutely, yeah.
Okay. you mentioned Mr. Hillman and the lodge.
Yes.
And you went through sort of a chronology, and I won't bring you back through that, but of the requested pickup, when service was actually delivered and so forth. I'm a little confused. You mentioned a July 3 date. Do you have that?
Yes, correct.
But I didn't understand your testimony as to July 3, so could you repeat
We
it?
sent out a past due notice on July 3rd.
I see, okay. And then you testified a little bit about Sandry Construction and Glacier National Park, and indicated that there was a notation in the system, but you didn't know if that notation was from the park or from Sandry. That's what you said.
On the date that the headquarters were closing, correct.
Or whatever it says on there.
That's what it says, that the
So-
headquarters are closing, yes.
You don't know if that was communication from, you don't know where that language came from, correct?
We know that was information given to our driver.
By
on
somebody,
the work order.
by somebody,
Correct.
but you don't know who.
Do I know who exactly? No, I do not.
Do you know who put that information in the system?
I believe that was Lisa Meyer, yes.
And she would have obtained that information from a driver.
From a driver saying that the headquarters are closed? Like one of our drivers, you're saying?
Hang on a minute, maybe I'm not being clear.
Yeah.
I asked you a series of questions. You said that the driver would have told somebody what to put in the system.
Oh, no, if I said that, I misspoke. The driver does not dictate what to put in our system as far as when the park closes and what the removal dates are. The customer would call in and call Lisa, and Lisa would relay that information onto the driver in the work order. That's what's in the system.
Well, let's talk about what's in the system.
Okay.
You said you didn't know if it was Sandry or the park that generated the comment that ended up on the invoice.
It wasn't on the invoice. That was on the work order to the driver
Okay,
saying
on the work order, sorry.
that, yeah, it's to remove the box because headquarters are closing. We don't know if Sandry said, hey, headquarters are closing now, can you remove the box? Or if we knew that the park had said, hey, headquarters are closing, you need to remove this out of the park. We don't know which one of those it would have been.
So it could have been just a notation from somebody, a driver or Lisa talking to the park.
It could have been with knowledge from the park, you know, since we've been doing visits in the park so many years, or it could have been that when Sandry called in for that removal, they could have said, hey, the park's closing, we need this removed. That information is then passed on to the driver. That way, if the driver gets out there and goes, hey, this container's only a quarter full, I wonder why it's being removed, he has a note, oh, it's probably being removed because the park's closed. It's just for clarification for our driver when he gets out there.
Got it, but here's what I'm getting at. So it's possible then that Sandry didn't communicate anything about there being a closure and had no knowledge that that was lodged in your system, and therefore wasn't getting any service in January. It's possible.
But Sandry is the one who would have called in for that removal. We didn't schedule the removal based on the park closing. We were just relaying information to the driver that, hey, the reason we're removing this, the park's closing. So if you get out there and the container's only a quarter full, you're not worried that, hey, was this a mistake? Are we really supposed to be pulling this? There's not a lot of cell service in the park too for him to call back into the office to check on that. So we want to give him as much information as possible on that work order when he goes out there.
Okay, so what ended up on the work order could have been something generated from the park and Evergreen pulling the roll off and Sandry knowing nothing about it.
That work order would not have came from us just making it out of thin air. That would have been Sandry calling and letting us know to remove that box. That's what I'm saying.
Okay.
The information on there is just for the driver.
Right, the information on there, again, was generated maybe by Sandry and maybe by the park.
We don't know if Sandry said, hey, the park's closing, or Lisa, with her years of knowledge, knew the park was closing and just wanted to let the driver know. The reason we're removing this is because the park's closing, not that they're necessarily done with the job. And that maybe when you see that it's only a quarter full, you know that it is okay still to remove that. But this is the reason why we're removing it.
You indicated that you had a concern that if NW Services certificate was issued, that NW Services would cherry pick jobs. Is that right?
Potentially, yeah.
So you acknowledge that if a certificate's issued, NW Services could operate.
If they have it, could they operate with their equipment is what
You're
you're asking?
acknowledging that they could operate and beat you out of some of the better jobs.
Yeah, they could pick and choose where they take their containers, yeah.
Do you agree that it would be beneficial to provide the public a choice to use you or not use you?
Do I think the public should have other options is what you're basically
No,
asking?
that's not what I asked at all.
Okay, sorry.
I asked if you think it would be beneficial for the public to have a choice on a roll-off service other than Evergreen.
Not necessarily.
And why do you think it would not be beneficial for the general public to have that choice?
With my background, I've worked in many different type of markets. And I feel that this market, we're regulated by the PSC and we have to maintain a level of safety that a lot of smaller haulers will not provide. I think that the convenience to the public to have other options gets mitigated by having people out on the road that aren't going to be as safe as Evergreen disposal.
Then let me ask you this question. Do you think it would be beneficial for the public to have a choice in roll-off services to choose someone other than Evergreen if it was a company that was just as safe as Evergreen?
If it was just as safe as Evergreen,
Sure.
if they could prove that, yeah, I mean, I would hope that they'd be willing to spend more than $500 a year on safety.
Yeah. Does Evergreen switch its trucks out regularly?
Do we like replace them?
Yeah, upgrade.
Yes.
You have some older trucks with like 100,000 miles on them, don't you?
We do have older equipment. As long as it is safe to operate, we will continue to operate it.
You aware of any attempts on behalf of Evergreen for the folks in Texas affiliated with Waste Connections to get a hold of Mitchell Hill or Merrill Hill to determine what their plan was after they submitted their application in order to make a sort of educated guess on whether they were fit or could do the service?
I have no knowledge of that.
When did you learn that the application had been submitted by NW Services?
I definitely don't have any specific date on that. Say this spring, maybe sometime.
Did you talk to any of your bosses in Texas about this protest?
No.
You talked to anybody within the organization about this protest in anticipation of your testimony here today?
Have I talked to any other employees at Waste Connections about it? Is that what you're asking?
Well, any of your bosses,
Evergreen?
yeah, not drivers or anything like that, but bosses.
Supervisors, yeah, I've had conversations with other people in the company.
Is there a supervisor that's most involved with this protest, or are you the key person handling the protest on behalf of Evergreen?
I don't know of anybody that's just handling it. Any one person.
Okay, well, you're here today. Is somebody else here today involved with Evergreen?
Yes,
And who's that?
Jen Bronowski.
Okay, and is Jen more involved in this protest than you in terms of the time that either of you have put into it?
That's hard to say. Yeah, I don't know.
Do you agree that NW Services could provide service to customers that would not otherwise use either Evergreen or Republic?
Would they provide service that we wouldn't provide? Is that what you're asking?
That they could provide service that would not otherwise be provided by Evergreen or Republic. Maybe somebody doesn't want to use you guys, both of you. Isn't it true that NW Services could provide service to those folks?
I would assume so.
And wouldn't you agree that in that instance, and the instance again is customers out there that would never use Evergreen or Republic, those customers and NW Services servicing them would have no effect on Evergreen or Republic,
Objection, calls for
correct?
speculation.
Well, let me ask you this. How would Evergreen or Republic be adversely impacted by NWS providing services to somebody that would never, ever use your service?
Are you saying with the 4 containers they have, would they make a dent in our business? Is that what you're asking, like generally? Or if they had hundreds of containers or sold the business to a larger company?
Let's do your first one first. That's fine. My question was different, but yeah, the 4 containers, they gonna make a dent in your business?
The 4 containers, no, they really wouldn't.
So if they have 4 containers or 14 containers, Evergreen's not gonna go out of business, suffering from the competition of NWS, correct?
I would say we wouldn't be going out of business. It would definitely affect Flathead. You know, we subsidize Valley Recycling partially with our roll-off business, so we don't want to lose stuff like that.
And tell me about the subsidization of Valley Recycling.
We haul recycling into Valley Recycling. We have community drop-off locations. There's one right over here at Albertsons. We haul recyclables too. We have employees at Valley, and I mean, because it's part of our company, we help keep that open with profits from our roll-off business.
And who's Valley Recycling owned by?
Valley Recycling is part of Waste Connections.
So it's part of the bigger company? Okay, so you subsidize your own company. It's part of your company.
We keep Valley Recycling open to help out this community too. It's a place for people to drop off recycling since there aren't a lot of other options.
So is there like a charitable aspect to it? Does Waste Connections get a charitable deduction for doing that service?
For that service particularly, no.
It's not a charity.
No, it's not a charity.
Okay. All right, I have no further questions. Thank you.
We'll go to commission questions.
I have 2 or 3.
Already said they did, but Republic, did you have any questions?
No, thank you.
Okay. All right, Commissioner Bukacek.
Okay, so I have some questions about the 30-yard roll-off containers. You have 150 containers estimated total. How many of those are the 30-yard?
I would say for 30 yard, that's our most popular size. That's what most people want. It's close to 90, 95.
Okay. I just answered my second question on the 30-yard. So for construction site requests, how often are less than 30-yard containers used for that particular type of job?
Usually, especially a large site, they're going to want the biggest container we have, which is a 30. Our smaller containers, really what they are best for is if, say if somebody's doing a roofing job, we would request that they take a 20-yard, because if they take a 30-yard and fill it full of roofing shingles, that box is going to be so heavy, it's dangerous to haul in our opinion. Also the 20 yards, we get them in different dimensions. So we have some that are shorter so they're easier for the customer to fill. And then sometimes there's space limitations, like I mentioned before, where a 30 wouldn't fit, but maybe we can get a 20 or a 10-yard box in a spot for them.
Okay, so for these construction sites, could you estimate how often you use less than a 30-yard roll-up container?
At a construction site?
That's just a rough estimate.
Yeah, that's really hard to say. I'd say, 80% of the time they're going to have a 30-yard.
Okay, thank you. And Next one, you're a data collector, it seems. So, and you know that there's a difference between median and mean is the average,
Mhm.
and median is kind of where things fall.
Mhm.
So when you talk about typical pickup is 1 to 2 days, obviously there are times when it's longer, sometimes same day pickup.
Mhm.
So when you say typical, do you mean mean or median, or is there actually an analysis, or is it just kind of a sense that you have that
Yeah.
it's 1 to 2 days?
Yeah, there's not a lot of science behind that. It varies wildly depending on area, depending on a lot of factors. I would say on an average, I wanted to say how long will you get a box after calling Evergreen Disposal? I would say a safe average would be a day and a half.
Okay, is that been analyzed with data, or is it just kind of a sense of?
Yeah, that's more of a sense.
Okay,
Right?
all right.
It's generally quicker in the off season, and then in the summer is where it gets closer to the 2 days.
Okay, and so question about bear resistant containers. Can another type of container be transformed temporarily into a bear resistant container? In other words, a special top or something, or are they just solid? They're one item.
Right. So our bear resistant roll containers, like a 30-yard bear resistant container, the solid steel metal lid that is on that is connected to a winch system to open and close it. So that's 22 feet long, 6 feet wide. It's a very big lid. To take those off and on, you need some special equipment. So we generally don't do that.
Okay, could be done, but
Right.
you don't have to. And
We don't have to.
Okay.
Yes.
okay, thank you. That's all.
Thank you, Commissioner Vukuchik. Mr. Ewing,
Yes.
just help me understand your business here, you and how you use the resources. So you testified that you have 6 large trucks that can haul up to 30 cubic yards, and I believe you said those are Peterbilt 10-wheelers?
They're correct. They're tandem axle, we call them. So there's 2 axles in the back. Each axle has 4 tires.
Okay. And then you have 1 small truck for other uses?
It's a roll-off truck, but it's a different style rather than a chain drive roll-off truck. It's what we call a high hook. It's and it hauls smaller 10-yard containers where you can put those in a lot tighter spaces.
Okay. How many wheels is that, or axles?
That one's just that one's a single axle. There's 4 tires in the back and 2 in the front.
Is that comparable to the 3/4 ton pickup?
It's large. It's larger than that. It's under a CDL weight rating, but we require all our drivers that want to operate that, they have to have a CDL. We don't let anybody without a CDL in that truck.
Okay. And then what size containers does that truck?
10 cubic yard containers.
And that's the maximum it's used for?
Correct.
And 10 is your smallest size container?
The smallest size roll-off is a 10-yard, correct. And then our front load containers, we have up to 6 yards for those.
How often is that truck used?
It's very rarely used. Generally, we can get a different box in. We just have that for the one-off chance that we can't give them anything else. And since it's the only truck we have that style, we don't want to necessarily use that, but we do want to be able to offer that to people if we don't have any other options.
Okay. Is it all-wheel drive or 4-wheel drive by any chance?
That one is not. Nope.
And so help me understand how the Evergreen's resources are used for the various types of services you provide. You do more than just construction site debris haul off, correct?
That's correct.
Okay,
yes.
what else do you do?
With those roll-up trucks, yes. So with those roll-up trucks, I was mentioning the compactors, which are the large trash compactors you see behind Costco, Walmart, around town. We do a lot of those. We also haul recyclables in community drop-off boxes with those. And there are, I think, 4 or 5 of them right now over at Albertsons. That's a community drop-off we have that we haul those with as well.
Okay. Can you give us a sense of how those resources are allocated in terms of how much of the business or the use of those resources is for the commercial stores, and how much is for the recycling and how much is for the construction industry?
Yeah, in the, so in the slower season, that's really what is keeping our drivers busy is the compactors and the recycling dumpsters. Those open top bins, that are at job sites, you just don't see nearly as many of those out there in that off season. So, that's where I said we'll have 2 or 3 drivers that have full days in the winter. They're mainly hauling the compactors and the recycling. And then in the summertime, that's when we need to add 1 or 2 drivers. And so you're adding, 16, 17, up to 20, maybe temporary roll-up boxes in a day.
Okay. Can you give a percentage to me so I can understand the ratio? Is it like about half your business is construction companies in the summertime, and half is recycling and department stores, or what would that ratio be?
Yeah, and obviously this is just kind of an estimate. I would say in the summertime, probably close to 60 to 70% is construction type jobs.
60 to 70.
60 to 70, and then only 5 to 10% would be the recycling, and the remainder would be our compactors.
And then how does that switch in the wintertime?
In the wintertime, it's closer to 50%, 60% is compactors. Same percentage for recycling, a little bit less. People aren't as keen to go out in the cold and recycle in the wintertime as they are in the summer. And then the remainder would be just whatever construction projects are trying to work through the winter.
Okay. And then you gave a range of how many full-time drivers you have here in this area, in this market. So I think your range was from 2 to 6, depending on how busy you are.
Right, yes, they're all employed by us year round. What we have are what we call swing drivers, where we can put them in different lines of business. So then in the summertime, we generally need at least 1 or 2 of them, every day to help cover the demand. In the wintertime, they're doing other things for us.
Can you just help us understand what other things?
Yeah. So we also run residential trash service and commercial trash service. So we can have them doing that, whether it's here or in Libby.
Thank you. And you stated that your drivers take 20 days of training before they can go operate one of your vehicles. Is that correct?
On their own, correct. They are riding with somebody and operating with a certified driver trainer for a minimum of 20 days.
Okay. And is that a standardized program that requires that 20 days, or is that your standard?
That's our standard.
And you started working here in the Kalispell market in February of this year?
Correct. I came from Jackson Hole here in February, correct.
Okay. Well, welcome to the Flathead.
Thank you.
Are any of your trucks 4-wheel drive?
None of the roll-off trucks, no.
Okay. How about I'm just curious, how about your garbage trucks?
No, the front load, they don't offer that in a 4-wheel drive, which is the commercial dumpster picking up trucks. And then our automated side loaders, which we pick up your cans at your house with, those are not 4-wheel drive either.
Okay. All right. Thanks very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay, with that, would Evergreen like to recross based on the commission's questions? Or no, wait, you get to recross. Redirect. Thank you. I can't even blame it on the construction noise today. It's still rattling me from yesterday. Okay, so we're going back to NW Services for recross examination. Okay. All right, would you like to recross based?
I have no further questions. Thanks.
Thank you. And does Republic have any?
No questions, thank you.
Okay, Evergreen?
Redirect.
Okay,
Yes.
redirect, thank you.
Andy, Mr. Sandry asked you about some of the hauling for Sandry Construction up in the park, correct?
Yes.
Are there any notes for the December 21st, 2023 haul that notes that it requested a swap?
A swap on that box? No.
No, so the notes indicate that Sandry requested,
Requested a removal, correct.
and if Sandry had requested a swap, would that be noted in the system?
It would be noted, yes.
On your review of Sandry's account, did you find any complaints to Evergreen about this job?
No.
Nothing further.
All right, thank you. With that, would you like to call your next witness?
Could we please take I have to go to the bathroom.
Oh, let's take a look at the time here. It is 10:30. Let's do a 15-minute recess. So we'll be off the record and we will come back on around 10:45 a.m.
Thank you, ma'am.
Them together though. Not really. Okay. Okay.
Very excellent.
Okay.
Good to see you.
All right. It helps me to use my cheat sheet of just going where I'm at.
Yeah, I found this really.
All right, we are back on the record. The time is 10:47 a.m. and we will continue with Evergreen's next witness.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We called Jennifer Bernoski. Madam Chair, Ms. Bernoski was sworn in and the group was swearing in yesterday.
Okay. I will remind you to speak up.
Yes, the fans in the background there, I'm sure. Hard for Lisa. Ready?
Yep.
Can you please state your name for the record and spell your last name?
Jennifer Bernoski, Bernosky.
Jennifer, what is your current job?
I have two titles, actually, wear a couple hats, but two titles. I am the Community Relations Manager and Municipal Marketing Manager for Evergreen Disposal.
How long have you been in that position?
I've been in this position for just a little over 6 years.
What does your job ensure?
So as Customer Relations Manager, I am responsible for community partnerships. So I ensure that we're working closely with all of our area chambers of commerce, that we are supporting community initiatives. For example, like communities like Columbia Falls, when they initiated their bear resistant ordinance in town, we were working closely with municipal leaders to make sure that we were able to meet the need of that ordinance for bear resistance within Columbia Falls. We also work with large nonprofit organizations to support the community. We will donate services for large community events. In fact, we're donating 4 30-yard boxes for the fairgrounds for the upcoming fair. And so, I'm the coordinator and liaison for all of those projects, just to ensure that we're listening to the community and meeting the needs. I also handle marketing and customer relations or customer communications. So I will coordinate print and digital marketing and advertising, as well as print advertising in the Valley. So we support like Parade of Homes and those kind of organizations, just to ensure that supporting tourism and growth in the Valley as well. And then additionally, as municipal marketing manager, I will support larger contracts, so municipal contracts and larger projects that require more sort of legal assistance and such.
Okay. Are you also involved in any groups discussing bear standards?
Yes. So along the same lines with the community ordinance that Columbia Falls recently passed, I also work closely, with bear managers and organizations that are assisting communities in improving education and awareness around bear safety in areas where bears are a concern. So I'm working closely with people in carnivores and defenders of wildlife to identify ways to collaborate with them and support their educational efforts within the community. I've developed and designed a website a tab on the Evergreen website that goes through safely living in bear country and helps to educate our residents on, how to properly store their garbage to ensure that they're being bear smart in our community.
Okay.
And also, I'm sorry, Jackie, I'd forgotten one other project that I worked on was, Andy mentioned that we also operate Valley Recycling. And while that's not a regulated activity, we feel strongly about diverting as much waste from the landfill as we can. And so there are several organizations within the Flathead. One of them is Citizens for a Better Flathead. And Mary Flowers engaged Valley Recycling and Evergreen Disposal several years ago to ensure that the green box sites that the county operates, the signage on the green box sites that accept recycling was consistent with the messaging that we had at Valley Recycling, just so there was, a way to eliminate confusion around what materials could be deposited in those boxes.
And can you explain a little bit of the work that Valley Recycling does?
Certainly. Valley Recycling offers a free recycling depot for residents to come by and drop off sorted recycling. And then we also have the boxes right across the street. There's 4 large covered roll-off boxes that are specific for recycling, so they have doors that close. And we accept cardboard and newspaper at these 24/7 drop boxes here at Albertsons. But then down at Valley Recycling, we offer drop-off services during business hours for plastics number 1 and 2, tin and aluminum cans, mixed paper, cardboard, and I believe that's all. I don't think I'm forgetting anything.
Do you have any knowledge of how much waste Valley Recycling has diverted from the landfill, Flathead County?
Yeah, for the last several years, we've averaged right around 7,000 tons of material that's diverted from the landfill. So we're really proud of the fact that that we are offering that service to extend the life of our landfill and divert as much material as we can.
And is it fair to say Valley Recycling was created to respond to a community demand, or why was it created?
Absolutely, yeah. Valley Recycling was created to meet the demand of customers wishing to not just throw everything away. Valley Recycling has been operating for over 30 years in the community, and you know, we value our ability to offer a need, especially with a lot of folks moving in from other areas who are used to having convenient curbside recycling or you know, easier options. It's a demand that folks have, that they want to be able to drop off their recycling and divert as much as they can from the landfill.
Mr. Ewing testified that Valley Recycling is subsidized by Evergreen. Is that a fair statement?
Subsidized in the sense that because of, you know, our ability to serve all of the valley, that we can offer this, which as a standalone business is not sustainable on its own. It would not be able to continue operating without the support of Evergreen's ownership.
Okay, so if Valley Recycling were a standalone business, it would be profitable.
It would have closed a long time ago, yes. Recycling is not a moneymaker, unfortunately.
In your role for customer relations, do you respond to customer complaints?
I do, yes. In fact, I manage our Google business profile, so I respond to all Google reviews. It's rare that we have a negative review. I think we've only had 1 this year so far out of, I think, 48 reviews that are all 5-star positive reviews with glowing comments. But yeah, I do occasionally have a negative review, and it's my responsibility to coordinate a response for that.
Okay, and so if a negative review shows up, can you run me through the process of how Evergreen responds to that? Do
Absolutely.
they just throw it in the trash heap?
No. In fact, I checking the Google reviews is one of the highlights of my day most days, because they're always so complimentary. So it's shocking, really. They stand out. They stand out within the team too. So everybody, if we get a negative review, it's all hands on deck to try to figure out who is this, you know, can we respond immediately? So if I were to see a negative review, you know, sometimes folks have profiles that don't indicate who they are. So if it's A. Smith, you know, it may be difficult to identify that person. But I will immediately copy the review and email it to our office manager, Cindy, and Andy is CC'd on that as well. If I think that it might engage a roll-off customer or be related to a roll-off customer, I might engage Lisa as well. But I will try to ascertain the identity of the person if they give enough details about the service or what their complaint was. And if I'm not able to ascertain those details, then I will send that to the team regardless. But if I'm able to tell, like if it's, you know, Bruce Smith and I look up his account, we have an account, I'll send the customer service reps and Cindy the account information. So the account number, the name, the address, and say, hey, we just got this negative Google review. Could you please research this? And so then the local team will pull up notes. A lot of times they know immediately what it was. Whether that be, oh, well, you know, whatever the circumstance was, a lot of times just talking to the driver, they're like, oh yeah, that was on my route. This is what happened. So we'll do an internal investigation. And they will reach out to that customer directly. So I wait until I hear back from the local team if they've been able to identify that customer. If it's clear that we're not going to be able to identify the customer, whether it be just, it was a 1-star review and they left no comments or whatever the case may be, if we can't identify that customer, my response is always, we're sorry to see that we did not, meet your need. Please, we take these comments and these circumstances very seriously. So, please respond back or feel free to contact our local managers to discuss this further because we want to get to the bottom of it. So, it's a very, tailored response to every single review, but especially a negative review where if we do an investigation and find out the reason, that's often noted in the response as well. What our resolution was based on our research.
Okay. And you mentioned a local team and you mentioned a couple names, Cindy and Lisa.
Yeah.
Who are these folks?
Cindy is our office manager. She's been our office manager at Evergreen Disposal for over 20 years now. And Lisa is our roll-off coordinator and dispatcher who deals exclusively with the roll-off customers.
Okay. And are both these folks people in Kalispell?
Yes, yes.
Okay. And are they able to respond often to these complaints because they know the market?
They know the market, they know the customers, our drivers are long tenured drivers. So like I said, a lot of times, they'll, it becomes pretty apparent, that everybody is able to, communicate and try to suss out who this might be if we do come across a negative review.
In preparation for responding to data requests from NW Services, did you go through the Google reviews for Evergreen?
I did.
Okay. And did you try to identify Google reviews related to roll-off containers specifically?
I did, yes. I was able to, we have a program where all of those reviews are combined. And so I was able to print those out and then based on either the comments that were made on the 5-star reviews or the customer name. I went through those and identified the ones I thought were roll-off customers. And then I gave that list to Lisa and she went through and identified all of her customers. So she knew them immediately by name and she tracks those as well. So she knew who they were.
Did anything stand out to you with regard to the roll-off Google reviews?
Yeah, that I think we've received 46 or 47 so far this year, and they were all positive and glowing and mentioned Lisa by name and we're extremely happy. So there's like I said, it's more often than not I'm seeing 5-star reviews, and if they mention Lisa, they're talking about what great service they have.
Okay. And did you look for any 1-star Google reviews or any negative reviews on Google?
I did. I pulled all of them. Yeah.
Were there any negative reviews for roll-offs that you found?
No, not for roll-off. No.
Does Evergreen also have well, we talked about with Andy that Evergreen does a lot of documentation. Is that fair?
Yes, we do.
Okay. Does Evergreen have an internal complaint system that they keep?
Yes, our office manager does. Yes.
Okay. And was that also reviewed in preparation for responding to NW Services data requests?
Yes.
Did you find any negative reviews for roll-off did you find any complaints for roll-off customers in that system?
Yeah, we did. Yes, one.
Okay. And can you explain that one complaint?
Yeah,
Sure.
Do we have?
Yes. If you, let me see which one.
Is it in our?
In front of you, if you could turn on the Evergreen folder.
Yep.
To, I believe it's the exhibit marked EG 49.
At a 5412 complaint log.
Do you recognize that document?
I do.
Okay, what is this document?
This document is from a spreadsheet that our office manager kept recording complaints during the year 2020, and this is the only entry for that.
For roll-off?
For the roll-off complaint, yes.
And did you pull this complaint out of that spreadsheet?
Yes.
And looking at this document, it says, what does this document show?
This document shows that on 4/3 of 2020, on this account, customer Gregory Olson emailed stating that he did not have his 10-yard container for a full 7 days and thought that it was going to be pulled on Friday for 3, not Thursday for 2. And that's the actual, the complaint note. And then the resolution says, I emailed him the following. Hi, Gregory, I spoke with you yesterday regarding your 10-yard roll-off in Summers. If you need this container back for one more day, I can deliver this Monday and pull Tuesday. Keep in mind that the delivery and pull can happen between 7 a.m. and 5 p.m. Is this something you would like? And then below that, there's a note that says, we did redeliver the box on 4/6/2020 at no additional charge and pulled it on 4/7/2020.
That's the only complaint you found in the system for roll-offs?
Yes,
Mr. Ewing testified that about the additional containers, drivers, and equipment that Evergreen has brought on in the last 5 years. Do you recall that testimony? Were you here for that?
I was, and I do.
Okay. You've been at Evergreen for 6 years, correct?
Correct.
Was that testimony accurate?
It was, yes.
Okay. Evergreen has added containers
We have added containers, yes.
and added equipment, including trucks,
Added equipment and trucks and employees,
okay, including drivers.
including drivers.
Mr. Hill testified yesterday as to not being able to find Evergreen's rates on its website. Do you recall that testimony?
I do recall, yes.
Okay. Does Evergreen offer a rate on its website?
We do not.
Why not?
Well, we provide custom services. So especially with roll-off in areas of varying terrain, we want to develop that relationship with our customer and be a consultant in their project. So, we offer residential service. You can sign up for residential service online because that's a 90-gallon cart that's delivered, and it's not as a sort of involved process. So it's part of the reason we have Lisa as our primary point of contact for roll-off, because you've got to ask the right questions. You have to understand where they're located. You want to talk to the customer about their needs so that they get the right size container. Ideally, you want to right size the container so that they're not overpaying for more space that they need, or getting a container that's too small and requires multiple pulls where they would otherwise have one with 30 yards. So it's our effort to provide better customer service, a more tailored service, and ensure that we're meeting all the needs of the customer and educating them during the process.
You talked about some of the community donations that Evergreen provides, some flathead recycling, involvement in fair standards, sort of activities that you take part in, correct?
Correct.
Would Evergreen be able to continue providing those services if it had less market share, do you think?
Well, there's certain things that we're not going to compromise on. Andy touched on safety. Those are things, from an operational perspective that cannot be cut back because you don't want to reduce costs on those. So yes, unfortunately, our ability to support our community in ways that need the greater need would potentially be impacted by an erosion of our market.
Have you done any research on the size of the area that NW Services is applying for?
I have, yes.
Do you know how big that is approximately?
It's over 10,000 square miles, and I want to say that it's a larger geographic area than I think 9 states in the United States. So it's a significantly large area.
Nothing further. Thank you, Jen.
Thank you.
Okay, Republic,
No questions, thank you.
okay. Cross-examine.
Good morning, Ms. Bernoski. We've been stablemates for a while, but we haven't talked. We're going to now. You previously worked for Republic Services,
I did.
and why did you discontinue that employment sometime in June of 2019?
Well, my husband was dying of terminal cancer, and I made a personal decision that that was going to be the best move for my family.
Seems legit.
Yeah.
Right. Prior to that, you were a insurance agent, is that correct?
I was.
You were an account executive with Rico from approximately 2008 to 2014.
Yep.
What's Rico?
Rico is a copier and digital solutions management company.
Okay. And with Republic, you were an account manager.
Correct.
Was that in Missoula?
It was.
And you're still stationed in Missoula?
I live in Missoula.
Where do you work? Do you have a desk?
I have a home office.
Okay, you work from home.
Correct. I work from my home office.
From your home office.
Yeah.
Okay. Still trying to get used to that.
Yeah, but
Remote
it's a thing now.
Yeah, right. Right. Your testimony is that you looked back to 2020, and correct me if I'm wrong, for complaints relative to rollouts.
Our office manager reviewed her files.
But you didn't personally review.
I reviewed what
record.
she provided for me.
Did you get into the database and review it yourself?
I did in our route manager software. This is a separate folder that this is a separate thing that she kept.
So everything you reviewed then personally, you found one complaint.
Correct.
Okay. And that's it?
Yep.
Okay, complaints come in other forms other than Google reviews or written documents to the company?
Certainly they can.
All right, you do quite a bit of community service work. You mentioned you work with Mary Flowers, Citizens for a Better Flathead.
Yeah, we worked on a project back in 2019.
And you also were a board member of Missoula Urban Demonstration Project,
Correct.
and that has to do with sustainable things.
It is, yes.
Okay.
They have a tool library in Missoula for the community to rent tools.
And then Missoula County Technical Advisory Group, that was a short stint, had something to do with the county and TAG.
Yes, that's a technical advisory group for greenhouse gas emissions collection for the city of Missoula.
Okay. Were you paid for that?
No,
That
that was in my role as
purely
public.
volunteer. Okay. All right, Waste Connections, I asked Andy about it a little bit. I'll ask you about it. What is Waste Connections?
Waste Connections is the third largest waste provider in the United States. We also operate in Canada. And their business model is a decentralized model whereby the local district operates as an independent business to meet the needs of their community, supported by our corporate buying power and support team.
Biggest waste company.
I don't know. I think it teeters between Republic Services and waste management, but I'm not sure who is number one necessarily.
So your checks come from Waste Connections, Inc.?
It does. Yeah, they do.
Okay. And same with Andy's.
I assume so.
You probably haven't seen his checks.
I have not seen his checks.
All right. And again, Waste Connections is on the New York Stock Exchange. It's a public company.
It is, yes.
Okay. And it's, you know anything about its assets?
I do not.
Okay. Would you have any reason to doubt that its assets were in the neighborhood of $18 billion in 2020?
I don't have any knowledge of that.
And would you have any reason to disbelieve that its assets were about 29 billion in 2024?
Okay, if you,
You know, is it a growing company?
it is, I
Okay.
assume so, yeah.
Okay, successful?
By what measure?
Well, it probably has more assets than the Hills will ever have in NWS, correct?
I would assume that more than all of us in
Yeah.
this room.
The headquarters of Waste Connections is in Texas?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. And do you know Mr. Kleininger?
Not personally, but I do work with him.
And is he attorney?
Yes,
And he's on staff with Waste Connections.
he is, yeah.
Okay. Why did Waste Connections or Evergreen oppose or protest the issuance of a certificate of authority to NWS?
Well, we take our hauling territory and our responsibilities within our communities very seriously. Like Andy mentioned, we all live and work in this valley, and none of us want to see people taking shortcuts, driving garbage around the valley. Being in the industry, you see companies taking shortcuts not only on safety, but saving money by dumping garbage on our public lands. And so, you know, it is a dangerous industry that I see, you know, injuries and hear about injuries all the time. And as someone who shares the roads with these big trucks, it's disconcerting to think that, you know, somebody with not the proper safety training and understanding of the risks of hauling this material, it worries me on a personal level and professional level.
Would you agree with Andy that if NW services operated just as safe and with just as much integrity as Evergreen, that it could be a benefit to the public to have a choice other than Evergreen and Republic?
There's no way that you can know that a company is going to meet our safety standards.
I'm
So I
asking
don't
you
know.
to assume that for the question.
Objection calls for speculation.
Yeah,
Yeah,
okay.
I know what she said, but
Well,
what's your answer?
Wait a second, there's an objection
Oh,
here.
I'm sorry.
So would you like to explain your objection, please?
He's asking her to speculate on a future that is assumed and doesn't exist. Classic speculation.
Mr.
I'm
Sanders?
not asking her to speculate at all. I'm asking her to assume a fact in connection with the question. Not asking her if she thinks that NWS will be safe in the future, or if she thinks that Evergreen's safe today or will be safe in the future. I'm asking you to assume that fact. It goes to the public benefit.
I'm going to overrule the objection. This is the same question Mr. Sandry asked a prior witness without objection. So if you can stick to that framework, please, that'd be fine. So I want to re-ask it.
Okay. The question, Ms. Bernowski, was assuming that NWS operated its roll-off service with as much safety, much regard for safety, with the integrity that Evergreen or Waste Connections does, don't you think it would be a benefit to the public to have a choice in a service provider such as NWS as opposed to Evergreen or Waste Connections?
Well, I kind of reject the premise that I'm being asked to assume something that I feel has already been proven that they don't have the ability to be as safe. But again, going with the assumption, no, I don't believe that it's a benefit to the community because there are factors other than safety that impact the community, like a number of trucks on the road, their inability to service the entire territory. I mean, they've already, you know, I've already stated that it's over 10,000 square miles. Under the PCN, you're required to provide service and offer service to everyone within your market. And they have not demonstrated that they have the trucks, employees, or containers to serve the needs of the entire permitted area. So to that degree, safety is only one component of the fitness of someone coming into our market. And the impact is greater than safety. There's emissions, there's trucks on the road, there's traffic that adds to. So there are other factors beyond safety.
Aren't we going to have just as much traffic with or without NWS being in business?
I don't have that data.
But you assume that in your response, correct?
I assume that if you're going to be running a business that's hauling boxes, there are going to inherently be more trucks on the road carrying heavy boxes full of trash.
Okay.
would you agree with me that if we had a pile of garbage out in the parking lot, and that's all Flathead County generated for the year, that there would be a set number of trips to the dump and a set number of vehicles for trash on the road?
No, because that doesn't factor in the diversion of recycling.
Okay. Okay. So let's say there's no recycling and it takes 10 trips to get that garbage to the dump. There's
But
gonna
there is
probably be 10 trucks
recycling.
on the road, correct?
There is recycling though. Again, you're asking me to assume something that is not reality.
I understand your unwillingness to answer. Let me ask you this. Let's switch gears.
Sure.
Tell me what you recall from any testimony or any evidence you have that established that NWS can't operate safely.
Their lack of a training safety program, their lack of understanding of GVW and Class D requirements and weights and the capacity of their trucks. I don't, there's been a number of things.
Did you hear Mitchell Hill's testimony yesterday about the GVW and the drivers that
Yep.
He manages and hires for Sandry Construction and
Yep.
his knowledge about the GVW and when we need a CDL and so forth?
Certainly. And I heard that, they were trying to max out the weight and talking about maximum weights and, seems like you're trying to push using a driver that is not a CDL driver to haul the maximum weight available.
Would you agree that if the application of NWS is granted and the certificate's issued, that Evergreen's not going to go anywhere? It's not going to go out of business.
I don't believe we'll go out of business, no.
Waste Connections, Evergreen is a strong enough, financially strong enough company with significant assets that competition isn't going to hurt it.
Competition may not hurt Evergreen Disposal directly, but it could impact our ability to meet the greater need of our community. So like I mentioned, services like Valley Recycling and other support for nonprofit and community organizations.
So the competition won't hurt Evergreen, but could hurt some nonprofits? And who would those be?
I'm speaking in generalities about our support for the community. So our ability to offer free services, the support for the fairgrounds, those kind of community events.
But in any event, Evergreen would still be able to operate, correct?
With Mr. Hill operating with 4 boxes?
NWS operating as a roll-off provider, Mitchell and Merrill Hill.
I think initially, no, that is not going to put Evergreen out of business.
You talked about the data responses. Did you participate in formulating those?
Which data responses specifically?
The data responses that were supplied by Evergreen in response to NWS data requests?
I assisted in gathering that data.
Yeah. Grab a copy of that. In response to questions from your council, you parroted Andy's testimony that there were some additional truck purchases during your tenure, I guess, is that right?
I know that we added assets and employees, yes.
You said trucks. What trucks were added to the fleet up here?
I don't have direct knowledge of that. I was
Okay.
not involved in ordering those trucks.
And then you also said that, yes, there were additional truck drivers that were added to this sphere of like 2 to 6. Who Who are the new truck drivers?
I'm not responsible for hiring employees. That would have been the local team that would have hired them.
So you wouldn't have any personal knowledge about
I
that?
don't have personal knowledge, no, of who that was.
I have no further questions. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Are there any questions from the commission? Just a couple. Sure. You mentioned Evergreen's support of the community and the possibility that I think where you were going, correct me if I'm wrong, is that competition could affect Evergreen's ability to do the extra things it does for the community. Is that correct? And then you named you named one group, I think with the bear proof or the bear resistant containers. Was it Defenders of Wildlife?
Yeah, those are the people who generally are sort of the bear manager, bear experts who guide policy for bear smart communities. So that's People and Carnivores is more specifically related to the Columbia Falls ordinances. And then I also work with Defenders of Wildlife just in the state.
Okay. Does Evergreen, how does Evergreen work with them? You contribute funding to them or?
No, they're actually they partner with municipalities and with other local community groups to be consultants to them. So we're not donating to Defenders of Wildlife or to People and Carnivores. We're using their guidance in a collaborative sense when they're advising municipalities about how to share information and educate your community about being bear smart.
Okay.
They're the people who develop those programs. So for instance, I mentioned the Living in Bear Country tab that we have on our website for folks to go and learn about how to safely store their garbage and resources that they can use to understand how to live safely in bear country. There are links to programs that both Defenders of Wildlife, FWP, and People and Carnivores have created that are sort of public facing programs. So those are organizations that I partner with just to share information that helps the community understand how to live safely in bear country.
Thanks for helping me understand that.
Sure.
So I'm a bit curious about the public comments we've heard and the affidavits that were turned in initially with the applicant's application. And there was, it seemed like quite a few comments and witnesses had expressed frustration and displeasure and sometimes even animosity towards Evergreen because they were frustrated with the service. And then what I'm hearing from you, I think, is that maybe there's really not that many problems and complaints out there. Can you help me kind of square that with what we're seeing and hearing from people versus what you're telling us?
Yeah, I mean, I can certainly make some assumptions. It's I've worked with contractors before. There are certainly circumstances where maybe a site supervisor drops the ball and orders a box late, and we're doing our best to maybe get them what they need on a short timeline, but then they're communicating up to their superiors that perhaps it's Evergreen's fault. I mean, we've had cases where, we kind of get blamed for things that are on job sites. You've heard a lot of testimony about how contractors don't want to accept the liability of hauling garbage. So there's an understanding on the contractor side that this is difficult to provide service. There's a lot of scheduling. There's liability with hauling that waste. There's regulations that you have to meet. And so, I think that there's on the one hand, an unwillingness to want to haul garbage, but then also, understanding that we have a vital service that folks need. I think that, in any business, when timing is essential, if timelines get messed up, that can be frustrating. And honestly, we tend to be the ones to blame. And so, it's, and I think everybody wants cheaper prices. So this idea that, competition will automatically drive down rates, that's not the case. So I think a lot of folks go into this with the assumption that A, competition is going to bring down rates, and B, competition is going to mean faster service. but we've seen it consistently in other markets. I work with a lot of other markets that more trucks on the road, more services don't bring down rates, and they don't necessarily, like Andy was talking about, you know, that in Jackson Hole, there's multiple haulers, but it still doesn't mean that everybody gets same day service. So, yeah.
I'm glad you brought up the rates and other markets. It actually reminded me of something that I was wondering about, and that is, I believe in the testimony yesterday, we heard that the rates for Evergreen's roll-offs here were higher than they were in some of the other markets. Do you remember that testimony?
No, and it's really difficult to compare markets because disposal costs are so different and disposal length of drive time. It's really difficult to compare individual markets, and I don't recall specifically the testimony you're referring to.
Okay.
And Evergreen only operates in this market, so we wouldn't have Evergreen rates to compare elsewhere.
Okay, it must have been Republic.
I think so, yeah, because this is, you know, Libby and Lincoln County and Flathead County are the only place
In Montana.
in Montana where Evergreen hauls,
Okay,
correct?
Thank you for that
Of
clarification.
course, yeah.
I think that's, you're in customer relations, obviously, so you probably know more about this than anybody. How many customer interactions would you say Evergreen has on an annual basis or
gosh.
weekly or?
Yeah, I didn't actually pull those stats. I do know that, you know, we can measure engagement on a lot of areas, but I probably could pull call stats, but I don't have those numbers. That was not something that I pulled.
Do you have just a ballpark of, I mean, do you interact, do your employees interact with customers daily, weekly, or infrequently?
Well, we're certainly taking, it really depends on who within our office you're referring to. So, you know, maybe our office manager might talk to fewer customers or just take those, you know, calls that require a little bit more support. Our customer service reps, our local team of customer service representatives are answering calls all day long. Our drivers engage with folks on a daily basis, both our route drivers for residential, our commercial drivers, our roll-off drivers certainly engage with, you know, site project managers. So we're engaging with our customers and in our community every single day, all day long.
Okay, so safe to say maybe thousands of interactions per year?
Oh, probably safely tens of thousands when you count all the stops and all the points of contact for our customers. So many.
That's a lot to stay on top of.
It is, yeah. But it's also reflected, I think, in our Google reviews too. We have, you know, over 342 reviews, and we consistently have, you know, 4.6, 4.7 stars out of 5. So yeah, I'm very proud to represent Evergreen and all that we do here in our community.
Okay, great. So 342 reviews and then tens of thousands of customer interactions a year. So the number of reviews is obviously everyone you interact with isn't giving you a review, right?
Certainly.
So
Yeah,
it's
don't
just-
they say that, like, if you have a bad interaction with a customer or with a business, you'll tell 10 people, but if you have a good one, you tell 1. So people tend to get, you know, kind of heated and like to share if they're having a bad experience. So I think 5-star Google reviews are pretty telling because, you know, people are more likely to go online and complain about something than they are go online and you know, praise a business.
Yeah, all right. Well, yeah. Depends on the person, I suppose.
Exactly, yeah.
So I was impressed that you had done analysis on those reviews and you stay on top of them.
Yeah.
Are you finding any reviews that are spam or fake or anything like that?
For the most part, I haven't, no. In fact, one of the things, you know, there is software now that will automatically respond to reviews with AI generated response, and I don't like that because, you know, I want to personally, if a customer took the time to write out a review, mention one of our employees and give us a 5-star rating, I think the least we can do is respond to that in a timely manner with a human voice. And so, I'm sorry, I kind of got lost. I forgot your question.
That's
but
okay.
Yeah.
Can you just remind us then of your analysis of the reviews?
Oh,
How many were 1-star, 2-star, 3-star, 4-star, 5-star?
Yeah, I think it was, and I don't have, was that a report that was allowed into evidence? Because I could,
We didn't introduce it in, but it is
Reference
in front of
those.
you if you need it.
yeah, sorry, I just don't remember the
Just
numbers.
trying to get an idea. I think you identified one complaint in the complaint log.
So far this, well, and one-star Google review so far this year. Is that something that I can reference or?
If you want to look at tab 43.
Oh, okay, perfect. Wasn't sure if it was here.
I was a little bit confused on the one complaint in the complaint log, but,
Yeah, that was not an online complaint. So that would have been a call that came into our office manager and, or was, our office manager was made aware of it.
okay, and is that the only complaint you had
That's the only complaint she logged.
in how long? What was the
That
period?
was 2020 that she logged that.
And you haven't found any other complaints since 2020?
Not complaints that were logged in our system now.
So why would there be no complaints logged in your system if we've heard from unhappy customers during testimony and in public comment?
Well, they must not have shared their concerns with us. You know, if someone calls specifically about an account and says, you know, this is, something was wrong, all those notes are logged in the account. So if we're not hearing, and many of these customers or many of these people who filed affidavits are not our customers. So in a lot of cases, there's no account to even look at.
Okay, so if somebody called your wonderful customer service person or office dispatcher, Lisa, who
Yeah.
we've heard nothing but good about, and somebody says, you know, I'm pretty ticked off because I didn't get the service, or, you know, I lost a job because of this, or, you know, it's way over full and we really need to pick up fast. Did she note that as a complaint or just try to resolve it?
Well, I guess it kind of depends. If they called and said the box is over full, we need to schedule service right away, the note would be customer called to request service ASAP, box over full. So it would be, you know, there would be notes denoting that. If a customer called and just said, I'm frustrated and angry about the fact that you know, can't meet my timeline, whatever that may be, that might be escalated to Cindy. Lisa may just solve that on the day. So it really kind of depends. Maybe customers are calling and setting up an account for the first time. So it really just is sort of specific to the case.
Okay, so in order for a complaint to be logged, what has to happen for a complaint to be logged?
Well, I guess we don't really get, if we get a complaint call where somebody calls and says, I'm frustrated, that would be escalated to either a supervisor or our office manager. So that there are circumstances where that might not be noted in our system, but it would be directed to a manager.
Okay. Is it safe to say that there's one complaint in the complaint log in the last 5 years? Is that what you've got?
That was the last complaint she logged in that, yeah.
But that doesn't mean that's the last complaint you've heard.
No, not at all.
Okay.
That is her separate complaint log. So that was pulled from our system, but it's not the sum total of our logs.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to get that clear.
Yes, yeah.
And then there was one Google review that was negative. You said?
Yeah, I think there was one. So on that spreadsheet, there's a column for roll-off customer. And so all the ones that are green with a yes are all related to the roll-off customers. And there were no negative roll-off customers noted, no one-star review in the roll-off specific Google reviews.
Okay. Were there 2-star ratings?
Not for roll-off, no.
3-star?
Nope.
Okay, so there were all reviews were.
All
4
the
or 5?
roll-off specific reviews were 5-star reviews.
Okay. And what time period was that?
That is back to the earliest one was 2017, 11/23 of 2017 through 6/10. So this actually isn't representative because I've responded to Google reviews since then.
Okay.
So, I'm sorry, not 6/10, is that right? Yeah, so as of discovery, so there's probably 10 or 15 more reviews that have come in since then.
Okay. Well, it sounds like a wonderful track record based on the reviews.
It keeps me busy
Yeah.
because I get a notice on my phone. So I'm like, whoops, I got to respond to the review.
Does Evergreen encourage happy customers to give reviews to the company?
Yeah, yeah. Our CSRs have a signature, like a static signature line that says, if you're happy with our service, please feel free to click and give a Google review.
Okay. So, and that, I will give that is probably a standard business
It
practice,
certainly is.
but it doesn't encourage unhappy customers to give a review, does it?
Well, you don't really have to encourage unhappy customers to share that they're unhappy. Like I said, there's sort of that saying that, someone that's unhappy will share that with everybody that will listen.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Okay. Oh, thank you. That's all the questions I have.
Of course, yeah. Thank you for your questions.
Okay, and we are going to go to recross. Yeah. So, based on the commission questions, Mr. Sandry, would you like to recross?
I don't have any questions.
Okay, and then we will go
No questions, thank you.
public. Okay, and we'll go back to redirect then.
Thank you. Just one question,
Sure.
Jen. Mr. Sandry asked you in his cross, if you knew the identities of drivers hired since 2020. Is it fair to say you know that drivers were hired, you just can't identify them by name?
Yes.
That'd be perfect.
Okay, thank you. Would you like to permanently excuse this witness?
Yes.
Any
Sure.
objections to that?
No objection.
No objection.
With that, you are permanently excused, and
Thank you.
we will go to you. Do you have a further witness?
We have no further
No
witnesses.
further witnesses for Evergreen. All right. Very good. Let's see where we're at here. We've got a little bit of time before we approach lunch hour. So would Republic like to begin its case in chief then?
Yes, does Evergreen rest its case in chief?
We did.
Thank you. At this time, Republic Services would call Jake Persinger to the stand. Jake, can you please state your name for the record and spell your last name?
Yeah, my name is Jacob Persinger.
Lisa very helpfully just
Oh.
reminded me that Jake needs to be sworn in.
And if we can swear in all of the Republic witnesses who are here today.
Okay, thank you for the reminder, council. All the witnesses that have not been sworn in that are going to testify, please stand, raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Okay, thank you. You are sworn in.
Thank you. And Ryan Kaufman was sworn in yesterday. He was here. Thank you for that reminder again, Lisa. I appreciate it. Jake, now that you've been sworn in, can you please state your name for the record and spell your last name for our lovely reporter, please?
Yeah, my name is Jacob Persinger. It's Persinger. Jacob Persinger, Persinger.
Thank you. I'll try to speak loudly. Jake, if you can try to do the same. Are you employed at Republic?
Yes,
What is your position?
I am the operations manager.
For what area?
I oversee Whitefish and Rodan hauling divisions.
How many years have you spent working in the garbage hauling industry?
I have been in the industry for 15 years,
How many of those years have been with Republic?
7 years.
You were here today for Evergreen's case, right?
Yes,
And did you hear their first witness, Andy, describe commercial roll-off services?
yes,
And does Republic provide commercial roll-off services in Lake and Flathead counties?
yes, we do.
And did you hear Andy's discussion of swings and swaps?
Yes, I did.
Can you briefly describe that for the commission?
Yeah, so we do what we call swings, where we take an empty container out to a customer's site and we set it next to a loaded container. And we pick up that loaded container and take it to the landfill. Also, we do dump returns. If there's not room on a customer site to set an empty container down, then we'll just take that loaded container, take it to landfill, and then bring it back empty.
Is a swing or a swap more efficient than a dump and return?
Yes, it is.
Why is that?
Well, because we don't have to make 2 trips back to the customer site. It's also an advantage to the customer, and that the customer is not sitting without a container on site while we're off hauling the container.
So say a hauler didn't have enough containers, they would probably then have to do a dump and return?
Yes.
Is Republic generally able to perform swings and swaps for roll-off containers in Lake and Flathead County versus dump and returns?
Yeah, we prioritize it just because it's more efficient for us and it's better for the customer.
Can you generally describe what you do in your current position as operations manager?
Yeah, I oversee the day-to-day operations, make sure we have, drivers and trucks to do the routes that we have scheduled, make sure that we got the people required, the containers needed to pick up customers and make sure everybody's taken care of.
In that role, do you also make sure that sites are safe and you check for roadworthiness, et cetera?
Absolutely, yeah, we do all kinds of, safety checks, safety site checks for roll-off customers. We have a number of safety programs that we go through on a daily basis to make sure that our drivers are fit for duty, not just, site checks for customers, but, it's important that our drivers start the day off right and that they're safe to do the job that we're setting them out to do.
Can you talk a little bit more about site checks, please, for the commission?
Yeah, so, when a customer calls in for a roll-off box, we don't just go out there all haphazardly trying to deliver a container. That we send out, either myself or one of my operations supervisors will go out to the customer site ahead of time and just make sure that, we can get our truck in there, we can get our truck out of there safely. We're looking for overhead power lines, we're looking for, utilities that may be in the ground, whether it be sprinkler heads or water lines, that type of thing. We're looking for anything that may pose a hazard and prevent us from being able to do the job safely.
You also mentioned that your drivers go through daily safety checks, is that right?
Yeah.
And why is that important?
Well, because safety is the #1 priority for us. So, we have to make sure that we're not sending an unsafe driver or truck out on the road, it's interacting with public or customers.
Can you describe who you oversee as operations manager?
I oversee our supervisors, I oversee our logistical analysts and the drivers.
How many drivers do you have for Flathead and Lake County related to commercial roll-off services?
6.
You may have heard today in testimony that some of the witnesses yesterday testified about delays. So let's go into that a little bit. When a customer calls Republic for a commercial roll-off container, who takes that call?
If it goes to the sales team, the sales representative will take that call. If it comes into our office, we'll take that call, and then we'll send it off to the sales team to get it set up, make sure the account's set up properly, and then we'll deliver containers.
So how long from when that call comes in would it take for Republic to deliver that roll-off container?
Once it comes to the operations side of things, we typically shoot for next day services is our goal.
And if not next day, how fast do you try to deliver it?
2 to 3 days at the most.
And why do you try to provide next day service or 2 to 3 day service if you can't do next day?
It's good customer service.
And when a customer calls for a pickup, how long does it generally take Republic to come and pick those up for commercial roll-off services?
Yeah, that's, again, next day service is our goal for pretty much everything we do. So next day, if not, 2 days, 3 days. We don't work weekends, so if it's a Friday, Monday or Tuesday.
So if a customer were to call on a Friday for a drop-off or a pickup, there would be a couple days and you guys would take that on Monday?
Yeah. Unless we can get a same day. I mean, there are times where we're able to do same day service. So if we can pull stuff forward and get it done same day. And
even though Republic strives for next day service, what are some things that might cause delays in container pickup or drop off?
One of the biggest ones is probably weather, bad road conditions in the winter time. Those types of things impact us the most, I think. I had a recent experience where I went out to do a site check and there was a gate across the customer's property, so I wasn't able to get in there for that. Like that delayed the site check. So it delayed the delivered box a day. It was only a day, but it still delayed the process a little bit. But I would say that weather is probably our biggest hurdle we have to deal with.
And what kind of weather specifically?
Snow and ice.
And why would that potentially cause a delay?
Well, unplowed roads, unmaintained roads are difficult for, the trucks to get around on. Sometimes we do run chains on everything that we run. And sometimes we run, 4 sets of chains. So we're fully chained up a lot of times, but a garbage truck, especially a roll-off truck empty, it doesn't like to back up slopes, especially icy slopes. And so if they're not maintained well, it really impacts our ability to access the site.
Any other reasons that there could be delays in container drop off or pickup besides weather or a gate?
Sure. Pickup specifically, if a customer calls us and wants a roll-off hauled and we show up on site and there's, lumber protruding out the top of the container or overflowing with who knows what, because I've seen all types of things over the years. But typically a construction site, it's lumber protruding out, so we're not able to cover that container safely and haul it. We will what we call a dry run, where we don't actually haul a container until the box is leveled off, so that we can safely haul it and tug the load.
So you would agree that Republic doesn't always provide perfect commercial roll-off services in Lake and Flathead counties? Is that right?
I don't think it's possible for anybody to provide perfect service.
And you've experienced delays before, right?
Yeah.
And if there's a delay, Republic strives to make those situations right?
Yep. Yeah. If we have to delay a container for some reason, not customers, kind of a priority to take care of going forward. So we'll get them as fast as we possibly can.
You heard Andy from Evergreen's testimony today regarding technology and tablets used by Evergreen, right?
Yes.
And does Republic have similar technology?
Yes, we do. Yep.
And how does that assist Republic with operating more efficiently?
Well, it gives us the ability to look, out at the same day, next day. We can look out, as far as we want to, really, but we can look forward 2 to 3 days, and we can kind of put together a plan to haul containers. So if we have, the next day we've only got 4 or 5 roll-off boxes on the schedule, we can look to 2 to 3 days out, and we can prioritize pulling some of those containers forward so we can get some of those customers service sooner than originally planned. It gives us the ability to, kind of not so much keep track of the drivers or whatever, but we can, if the customer calls in when they're getting service, we can see where that driver's at, and we can let them know that they're going to be serviced within, a certain time frame without, assuming there's no truck issue or anything like that. Then it also gives us the ability to take pictures of containers that are over full, so we can pass that information directly out to the customer to let them know why we weren't able to provide service if that's the case, or that the service was completed.
I previously asked you about who you supervised in your role here. And yesterday, I don't think you were here for the applicant's testimony, but he said that a commercial roll-off business is asset heavy. But you would agree that you would also need employees, right?
Absolutely.
In your time working at Republic in Flathead and Lake counties, have you experienced growth in the number of customers your team services?
Absolutely, we have, yeah.
And has your team been able to handle that growth?
Yes.
What have you done to service the growth?
We purchase new containers. We update our trucks. We recently have added a headcount and a container repair person. So we got a full-time person now that his sole job is to repair containers when they come in broken or they're aged to some extent. So make sure those containers are going to be utilized, and we've got the full use of our assets.
if Republic found, for example, it needed another truck or another driver, Republic has assets to get another truck, hire another driver?
Yeah, we absolutely do, yeah. And we can share between divisions and or pull people from other divisions within the state or within the country, really.
So say you found you needed an extra driver for service, commercial roll-off service in Lake or Flathead County. What would you do specifically?
I would check with my Ronan team first or the Whitefish team, depending on which division was needing the extra help. And if I had the ability to flex labor from one of those divisions, that's what I would do. If not, I would send out an email to our, our area team to see if they could get somebody from either in the state or out of the state to come up and help us out for a day or two or a week typically, but yeah, we would flex labor from somewhere else.
Since you've been at Republic, do you know of any instance in which you've had to turn down a customer because you did not have the capacity to serve them in the commercial roll-off space?
No.
Thank you, Jake. I do not have any further questions for you.
Okay, I think what we'll do before well, first of all, I'll go ahead and let Evergreen, do you have any questions for this witness?
We have no
Okay,
questions for witness.
so I think we'll go into a break for the lunch hour and resume with this witness afterwards. You'll be available. Okay, so what would you like, a 1 hour break or hour, 15 minutes, hour and a half? What?
I think consistent with our discussion at the close of the hearing yesterday, if we can try to finish today and take an hour lunch, that'd be ideal.
Okay, so we got 1 hour. Any objections to that?
Nope.
1 hour, everyone can do it. You're good, and staff. Okay, we'll take a 1 hour, well, we'll call it an hour and 6 minutes. So it is 11:54 a.m. and we are now off the record, and we will resume at 1 o'clock. Muted. Ready, Amanda?
Yep.
We are back on the record. Time is 1:02 PM, and we will now resume the hearing. And I believe we were with you, Mr. Sandry, with your cross-examination of this witness.
I think that's correct. Mr. Persinger, where is the sales team located at?
Sorry, Mr. Sandry, one, could you please speak up? And two, I'm gonna object as beyond the scope.
Okay, one's good, I will speak up.
Thank you.
It is not beyond the scope. He mentioned sales team in his original testimony on direct, said sales team then submits orders to operations. So
Correct. I'm going to overrule the objection. I have the same question, so please proceed.
Yeah, so I believe the sales team is based out of Bozeman and in Missoula in some cases.
and is there sales team members that are in Alabama, Florida, the Southeast at least, different parts of the country?
I'm sure there are, yes.
And so you weren't here yesterday, but there was folks that testified that talked about getting connected when they called Republic Services to a different state, somebody that had sort of an accent. Would that be why?
Well, I can't answer that question, I suppose. You know, you could call somebody in the state of Montana and they have a certain accent, I'm sure.
Sure. So there's no sales team here locally.
Within the state of Montana, yes. So
What I meant was locally here in Flathead.
no.
And then in the ordinary course of events, that sales team then connects to somebody here in the Flathead?
Yeah, so they process the request and then it enters into our RISE platform, which is the operating system that we operate off of.
And who pays attention to that system?
The entire operations team, myself, our operations supervisor, and our logistical analysts.
So who's in charge in your team of allocating that work to a driver?
Everybody shares that responsibility. I mean, it's largely on the logistical analyst, but the operations supervisor oversees that as well, as do I.
Okay. So if the four of us were drivers and something came in from South Carolina saying that we needed a roll off at Bigport.
Sorry, objection, calls for speculation.
There's no speculation. I was trying to figure out how this works.
Well, if I may respond. You said if there's a call and someone in North Carolina answers, that has not happened yet. So you are speculating about something in the future.
Okay, I'll withdraw the question.
All right. Thank you.
When's the most recent call you remember getting from out of state?
I don't typically get calls from out of the state. They pop into our RISE platform
And when's the last one of those?
today.
Okay, and so can you or any member of your team then respond to that? To tell anybody what to do?
As far as the drivers go,
So how do one of you know what the other might have already done and all that sort of thing?
because it comes into our platform as an unscheduled request, and as soon as somebody has scheduled it, it changes color, then it becomes a scheduled request. So everybody can see that it was unscheduled at one point, then it was scheduled, and it's on a route, and we can know who the driver is servicing that route, and all that information is readily available.
Okay, so you say that Republic's not perfect and that there are some delays, there's some delays sometimes than handling those things that are on RISE.
On RISE?
RISE.
Not specifically on RISE.
Okay, where are the delays come from?
Well, like we talked about earlier, a lot of the delays we encounter are service related as far as weather. containers that are blocked, overflowing containers, those types of things.
You ever have delays because you're really busy?
I mean, in some cases, potentially, but not so much things that are scheduled and rise. I mean, we have a logistical analyst whose job is to sit there and look at that stuff all day, and they can check it every 15 minutes. So things that come through that platform are addressed very quickly.
Okay, this is probably a poor question. So have there been delays beyond what you call good customer service? You characterize that as responding within 1 to 2 days. There have been delays beyond that that are attributed to you're just too busy. You can't get to it. No, that's never happened.
I guess I won't say that it's never happened, but it hasn't happened, and it's not in any recent time.
Sorry.
You say there are 6 drivers that are responsible for roll-offs in this area?
Yeah, so I've got some dedicated employees that are specifically assigned to or driving roll-offs, and then I've got other employees that I can flex in and out depending on our needs that day or that week.
How many dedicated roll-off drivers do you have?
I have 3.
And how many roll-off units do you have up here?
What do you mean by units?
Well, like containers, whether they're 10, 20, 30 yards, whatever.
And when you say up here, you mean in Whitefish or Ronan or both?
Well, I just say the flathead. Yeah.
We probably have 100 plus up here in the flat area.
And of those, how many are available to service like construction sites? All of them?
Yes. Yeah.
And how many do your drivers typically handle a day?
It depends on the day and the location, but I would say an average is 6 or 7.
So of the 100 roll-off units, it's an average day and you have 3 dedicated employees at it, you're moving 18 roll-off maybe.
Between the 2 divisions, that's probably pretty close, yeah.
I have nothing further.
Okay, any questions from the commission? Commissioner Bukacek.
Thank you. So you testified that your goal for delivery of services next day, 2 to 3 days at the most. And I appreciate the goal, but we know the best of intentions don't always, work out how we want them to or necessarily come to fruition. So I was wondering, has Republic done any kind of statistical analysis in terms of the mean or the median of service and or maybe percent of delivery of service that took a week or took more than a week? Is there any?
Not that I know of.
Would any of the witnesses today maybe have that information?
I don't know for sure.
Okay, thank you, sir. That's all.
I want to follow up on that too. When you said your goal is next day service, or if next day isn't possible, then within 2 to 3 days, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. So do you measure how you do in relation to those goals?
As far as hitting that target of next day service, there's no real measurement on that specific category now. I know that, we don't measure it. I can't pull a report on that.
Okay, so you don't know how many times you were able to deliver next day service or how many times you were able to deliver service within 2 to 3 days?
I can't give you exact data, but I know that, we are, I'm going to say 90% of the time we're delivering next day service or within that 3 day range afterwards.
Okay. That sounds like you're achieving your goal 90% of the time then, that's your testimony?
Yeah, most of the time, a lot of times, we're pulling stuff forward. Like today, for instance, we had a container that was supposed to be hauled tomorrow. We called the customer, said, hey, can we do this today? And they said, yes. And so we pulled it forward, so we got that done. So we're typically operating in that fashion where if it's not next day, it's usually 2 or 3 days later, but a lot of times we're pulling stuff forward. So actually we're meeting the customer's expectation at that point in time, I would say.
Okay, great. Related to construction debris, construction roll-offs, is this ratio about the same or does it?
Yeah, and I'm referring to mainly construction roll-offs.
And when you have delays, you said it was usually because of snow or ice. Do you have any data supporting that or showing what the cause of the delay was?
I don't know that we track that in your reporting either. It's just going off of, years of on-the-job knowledge, I guess.
Years of what?
On-the-job knowledge.
Okay. Okay. And I just want to go back a little bit, because I did have the same question as a counselor about the call. Who takes the call when a customer attempts to call Republic Services regarding their service in this market? Where does that call go initially?
I don't know exactly. So it depends on who the customer calls. I mean, we've got a number of customers that call myself directly or my operations supervisor or logistical analyst. And then if they're calling the actual sales team, they're calling somebody specific in the state and they're not calling, outside of that. So it depends on the number that the customer dials at the time.
Okay. Do you have a published public phone number for Republic Services advertised on your website or your advertisements? Call this number.
I'm sure there is, yes.
Okay. And is that, where did those calls go?
I would imagine those go to the CRC.
To where?
The CRC.
Which is a call center located where?
I'm not sure where they're located.
So it might be located outside of the
Yeah, it's
state.
just outside of my wheelhouse. I'm not exactly sure where they're located at.
But I thought you said earlier that those calls went to Bozeman.
It depends on the number of the customer calls, yes. If they call the sales team, the construction sales team, they go straight to the construction account specialist. So those include
Okay, so you advertise a construction, like a number for contractors to call if they want to roll off?
I'm not sure what our website spells out for specifically as far as phone numbers go. I know there's one on there for sure, but I'm not sure if it's a link to a sales or construction sales desk or if it's just CRC.
Commissioner, briefly, if I may, we have witnesses who will speak more to the sales side. Jake is an operations manager, so he speaks more to operations.
All right. You know what witness that would be that I could talk to? The calls?
Catherine, I believe.
And I'm sure Counselor will help prod your witness to address that when you bring the appropriate witness up then, or?
I do have a line of questioning on that,
Okay.
yes.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Are any of the trucks that you use for construction site roll-offs, are they four-wheel drive?
No, they're not.
What kind of trucks are they?
They're all Peterbilt, majority of them are Peterbilt 550s.
And how does that compare to what we heard earlier? Are they 10-wheelers?
Yep, they're tandem axle, 10 tires.
Okay, and then what size dumpsters do you provide?
10 up to 30 yards.
Okay, is there 10, 20, and 30, or
We've got 10s, 25s, and 30s.
10s, 25s, and 30s? Do you know about how many of each you have in this market?
The majority of them are 25s and 30s, but we do have, I think we have 4 10-yard containers in total.
Do you haul those with the same large trucks?
Yes.
Do you have any smaller trucks?
No, not the halls, construction or lost stuff.
Okay. Okay, thanks very much.
Yep.
All right, with that, we'll go back to, is there any recross examination based on the scope of the commissioner's questions?
None.
Okay, back to redirect then.
Yes, just briefly, if I may. Thank you. Jake, you're on the operations side, correct?
Yes.
You're not on the sales team,
Negative.
and the sales team is not your responsibility, correct?
They are not.
Are you aware whether Republic has any local sales representatives in Lake or Flathead counties?
They do not.
Is there a Republic witness here who can testify further to the sales team and customer service, et cetera?
Yes.
I have nothing further. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, with that, you are excused, and your next witness, Counselor?
Republic calls Jeff Wiggs. Good afternoon, Mr. Wiggs. Will you please state your name for the record, spelling your last name?
Yep, Jeff Wiggs, Wiggs.
By whom are you employed and in what capacity?
Republic Services, Finance Manager,
How long have you been in that position?
21 years.
Please provide the commission with a brief summary of your education and professional background.
Education, bachelor's in accounting from Washington State University.
And how many years approximately have you spent working in the garbage hauling industry?
26 years,
How many of those years were with the Republic?
21 with Republic.
Please describe generally what you do in your current position at Republic.
I'm responsible for ensuring all the financial reporting accuracy thereof, internal controls, budgeting, forecasting, strategic planning, all things finance related.
Has Republic been operating in Lake County and Flathead County during the entirety of your employment with the company?
Yes,
During that time, has Republic made capital investments to serve customers in those markets?
yes, they have.
Has Republic made capital investments to serve the commercial roll-off customers in those counties?
Yes, they have.
What type of investments has Republic made to serve the commercial roll-off?
Trucks and containers.
Do you believe those investments were necessary for Republic to provide commercial roll-off service?
Yes.
How was Republic able to make those investments in the market?
By ensuring adequate revenue that then gives us a return. Because we need a return on that investment. So we have a large enough customer base to ensure adequate return on those investments.
Do you know generally how many trucks Republic has available to provide roll-off service in Flathead Lake County?
Currently, we have 5 trucks in Flathead and Lake.
And we heard earlier about 100 roll-off containers. Is that consistent?
No, we did an inventory last April, and the count is closer to about 200 containers throughout both Lake and Flathead. About 150 on customer sites, another 50 in inventory.
And does Republic have other roll-off assets in Montana that can be used to serve Flathead or Lake County if needed?
Yes, we do.
Does Republic have adequate available assets and resources to provide commercial roll-off services in all points and places in Flathead County?
Yes.
Does Republic have adequate available assets and resources to provide commercial roll-off services in all points and places in Lake County?
Yes.
If demand in Flathead and Lake County increased such that it warranted additional assets to provide roll-off services, does Republic have the ability to increase its assets?
Yes, we do.
Thank you. No further questions.
All right. Cross-examination, does Evergreen have any questions?
No question.
Okay, Mr. Sandry?
Mr. Wiggs, what was your occupation or what was your position prior to being an employee of Republic?
I was a finance manager with Waste Management.
Just decided to switch trash companies.
I did.
Okay. Republic Services is a publicly traded company, correct?
Correct.
As of December 31, 2024, it had approximately 32 billion in assets. Is that about right?
I would refer you to republicservices.com. We've got all of our annual reports and quarterly public filings are available.
So you don't know?
Not right off the top of my head, no.
Do you know a ballpark?
I would refer you to republicservices.com.
Yeah.
Annual reports and quarterly 10Ks.
Where is your office at, Mr.
I'm
Wiggs?
in Missoula,
How long have you been in Missoula?
7.5 years.
So you're in charge of a region, is that correct? The
What we
finances?
call Western Montana, and I also have North Idaho. So that includes Bozeman, Missoula, Ronan, Whitefish, and then Coeur d'Alene, Post Falls, Idaho.
So you're familiar with the financial reports you get submitted to the Public Service Commission on an
I am.
annual basis, is that correct?
Correct.
Mr. Woods, would you please try not to talk over Mr. Sandry, because the court reporter needs to take you both down and it's difficult speaking at the same time. Thank you.
I'm gonna hand you a 2020 report that I think is Republic. Mr. Wiggs, can you just corroborate that?
Yes, that's correct.
Can you sign the report?
I completed the report, usually signed by the general manager. So yeah, you're missing the signature page on this.
Okay. Here's a report from 2024. I can take a look at that. I'll represent to you that your signature is on that one.
Yes, I did sign the 2024, correct.
Is it true that Republic Montana source net income increased from $13,777,000 in 2020 to $23 million in 2024?
That would be correct.
Does the increase have to do with increased volume?
Yes,
Largely due to increased population?
it would be partly due to that, correct, and businesses, as well as increased pricing.
I'll talk to you a little bit about pricing. You aware of how Republic prices its product?
Objection, beyond the scope of Mr. Wiggs' testimony, he did not talk about pricing in his direct testimony.
He's probably right.
Pardon me?
He's probably right. I'll withdraw the question.
Okay.
All right, Mr. Wiggs, I have nothing further. Thank you.
Okay, we're to the commission questions. Questions? Mr. Wiggs, I just want to get this straight, because I think Mr. Persinger testified to the number of containers. He said it was about 100, and you're saying that it's actually 200. Is that correct?
Yeah, it's 100 in each county roughly. So I
Okay.
think he was referring more to Flathead.
Okay, so 200 in this market area.
Exactly.
That's it. Okay. And then how many trucks did you say you have in this market area?
5 trucks.
Okay. And Mr. Persinger said you had 6 full-time drivers doing servicing roll-offs. Do you know if that's correct?
Well, like Jake mentioned, full-time, because of seasonality, some of those drivers are part-time doing other lines of business. So we flex them between commercial, residential, roll-off as needed.
Okay.
So I would say typically you've got 3.5 full-time roll-off year-round,
Okay.
with the ability to flex that up to 6 during the busy season.
Okay, and just to help me understand the question that Mr. Sandry asked you about your revenues. Was that gross revenues in 13 million in
Correct.
2020? And then it was gross of approximately 23 million in 2024?
That is incorrect. That was not his testimony. That's not what the annual report showed. It was not.
So that's an objection to my question.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, sure, referring to net income. So,
Can you clarify that for me so I understand what we're talking about?
yeah, we believe if you look at the reports, yeah, we went from 13 million in 2020 to 23 million in 2024.
And what does that number represent?
That would be overall growth in the business, both price and volume. We also had a couple of small acquisitions we did in Thompson Falls and Plains. So there's also some new acquisition revenue in there as well.
Okay, I believe that answers, well, let me say this. You work in finance, so you work with numbers and you set goals with your finances for the company.
Yes,
Okay, and do you measure how you're doing with those goals?
yes, we do.
How do you do that?
Extensively. We have lots of what we call KPMs or key performance metrics where we monitor how long it takes us to pick up a residential customer, a commercial customer, a roll-off customer. So we have productivity metrics. We also have, labor metrics, maintenance metrics, safety metrics. We've got metrics on top of metrics. that we
Okay.
Monitor monthly, daily, weekly,
So that keeps you busy then.
very busy. Yes, it does.
Can you help us understand some of the questions we were asking of Mr. Persinger regarding the measurables associated with meeting the goal that he said that he has of delivering within the next day or within 2 to 3 days if next day isn't possible? Do you have any of that kind of information?
Not on the service side, I do not. Catherine might be able to speak to that more, but that's not a financial metric that I measure.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Madam Chair, can I ask another question?
Commissioner Bukuchek.
So as far as net income versus gross income, so that 13 million and 23 were net income, can you give general categories of what was netted? What categories, it's net instead of gross, so what categories of monies were netted out? Or would that take too long?
Well, as the report shows, you start with your gross revenue, then you deduct your salaries, wages, fringe benefits, operating
So kind of
supplies,
typical.
maintenance, SG&A depreciation. Yeah, all of your overhead expenses, both fixed and variable.
So just kind of standard,
Yeah, standard,
okay, thank you.
normal accounting.
Okay, and just to go back and be clear, given this, obviously I'm not a financial manager like you are, but the figures we were talking about earlier and that Mr. Sandry was talking to you about, we were talking about your net income or loss in 2020 was over 13 million, and then by 2024 it was over 23 million. Is that correct?
That is correct. And this report includes all of our legal entity, all of our permit. You see 1581 is legal entity Allied Waste Services of North America, which includes Billings, Bozeman, Missoula, Ronan, and Superior.
Okay, so that was all of Republic's activity in the state of Montana.
No,
Oh.
no. We've also got Eastern Montana Business Unit, which is under legal entity Montana Waste Systems.
Do you know how many employees you have in Western Montana?
In Western Montana, we are at 180.
Full-time employees?
Correct. Catherine, you
You can't ask her now, but
Yeah.
you can ask that question.
Subject to check, it's around 180.
yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Mr. Wiggs. That's all the questions I have. Does staff have any questions of this witness?
I do. Mr. Wiggs, you mentioned that you have metrics to track performance in a multitude of areas. That included the time that it would take for you to respond to calls to pick up or deliver.
There are call center metrics. It's not under my purview, so I don't have the details on those.
But you are aware that.
Catherine might be able to speak to those, but yes, we do have call center metrics,
Thank you.
speed to answer, so forth.
And speed to answer is what?
It's just one of the metrics that we do track.
Is that a software package?
No, that's just what you call speed to answer, how long it takes you to pick up the phone. So it's done through a software telephone system.
Is there a witness here that can give us more information about that data?
Catherine may be able to speak more to the call center metrics.
All right, we'll look for her and further questions from commission or staff. All right, hearing none, then we will go to recross on the commission's questions. Evergreen, do you wish to recross based on the commission's questions?
No.
Okay, and Mr. Sandry, do you wish to recross based on the scope of the commission's questions?
No, thank you.
Okay, and back to Republic then for redirect.
Yep, thank you. Briefly, a few questions. So just to make sure it's very clear, the net income numbers you just went through were for the entire operations under that permit, not just construction roll-off services, correct?
Correct.
And do you recall your discussion with Mr. Standry regarding Republic being publicly traded and having some billions of assets? And then also based on the financial reports, are those evidence of Republic's financial ability to meet the need in this area?
Yes.
Thank you. No further questions.
All right, thank you.
We'd ask that Mr. Wiggs and Mr. Persinger be permanently excused.
If there's no objections,
None.
these witnesses are permanently excused. Thank you, gentlemen.
All right, Republic would call Ryan Kaufman. Please state your name for the record, spelling your last name.
Ryan Kaufman, Coffman.
By whom are you employed and in what capacity?
So I work for Republic Services and I am the Municipal and Government Affairs Manager for Montana and Northern Idaho, which covers Coeur d'Alene and Post Falls.
How long have you been in that position?
I've been in this current position for about 3 years.
How long have you worked for Republic?
5 years.
Did you work in the garbage hauling industry before joining Republic?
No, I did not.
In general, what do you do in your current position?
I cover a lot of the same roles that Jennifer Bernovsky also covers, which is municipal affairs. So cover all of our large municipal contracts. I also do legislative affairs for the entire state of Montana as well. Community facing, community relations is a large part of my job as well. Donations, and then work day to day with our operations and our general manager.
How long has Republic Services been operating in Flathead County?
Through all of the entities, 30 plus years.
And in Lake County?
Same thing.
What services does Republic offer in Flathead and Lake County?
All of the above. So it'd be residential, commercial, and industrial. As long as we're allowed to provide the service in that given area.
And does Republic provide its commercial roll-off services to all authorized locations in Flathead County?
As long as we can safely do so.
And similarly, you provide service to all authorized locations in Lake County?
As long as we can safely do so.
Is there a reason why Republic would want to refuse service to a roll-off customer in Flathead or Lake County when requested?
I don't think we would outright refuse a customer service. There could be a lot of things that could play into that. As I think everyone's mentioned, safety is a key topic to our performing our duties on a daily basis. So if we can't get to somewhere safely and efficiently on time, we would look for an alternate place to provide that service. work with the contractor and make sure we do so in a manner that meets both the contractor or the commercial customer and ourselves.
Does Republic charge different rates for construction roll-off services based on the location of the customer?
Yes, we do.
Why are there different rates?
There are different rates because there's a lot of factors that go into it. One of them is seasonality. Can we get to the location consistently? Miles, how long does it take to get there? How far is it? What the requested service is, and sometimes the location.
Is there a rate difference when comparing in-town customers and out-of-town customers?
Yes, there is a rate difference.
Are in-town customers generally more profitable than out-of-town customers?
We run it through a ratings or a pricing system. So all of our pricing metrics are kind of built into that. But based on density alone, you would have more profitable stuff close. You can get a lot more hauls in, the more dense the area is. But we treat all customers the same, whether they are in town or out of town. They're still a priority for us.
And does Republic decline to serve rural customers?
We would never decline to serve a rural customer. As long as we provided the customer and Republic agrees on a safe place to provide the service, we will do so.
Would Republic price service for rural customers in a way that tries not to attract them?
No, we price it based on the metrics that I provided above. Before.
Based on your experience, how could a waste hauler target a specific area within their permitted service territory?
So a waste hauler.
I'm sorry.
Based on your experience, how would a waste hauler target a specific area within a certificated service area?
So based on what I've seen is that a new hauler into the market will go to the more dense areas and provide a service there and leaves the rural customers because there's a whole bunch of stuff that could go into that. Do they have the available containers? Do they have the available personnel, time? So yes, they're going to cherry pick the most dense places and the people that they already have relations with.
And so if a new provider cherry picks the more dense customer area, who serves the areas they're choosing not to serve?
So we've always treated our PCNs as a duty to serve. So if the newcomer into the market does not choose to do the same thing that everyone else has before them, then we would alone be the sole carrier to provide that service.
And in your experience in markets where new competition was introduced, how did the additional competition impact rates?
At first, it will drop the rate, but it comes at a cost. Yeah.
And who bears that cost?
The customer could.
And when you say customer, are you thinking all customers or more rural customers?
Usually, in that case, the more rural customers would face those issues.
If demand for roll-off containers in Flathead and Lake County increases, how would Republic respond to meet that additional demand?
We would meet that need.
And can you do so by moving containers from other areas in the state?
We have done so, and most recently, we've moved containers from Billings up to Whitefish in to meet that need.
Does Republic have the financial resources necessary to meet growth and demand?
I think Jeff has said that, and I will agree with him.
Do you believe that Republic has the personnel necessary to meet growth and demand?
We have, and we always will.
Is Republic willing to devote resources necessary to serve growth and demand in Flathead and Lake County?
Yes, we will continue to do so, and we have continued to do so.
Thank you. No further questions. This witness is available for cross.
Does Evergreen have any questions for this witness?
No, thank you.
Okay, Mr. Shandry?
Thank you. Mr. Kaufman, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
What year did you graduate from Montana State University?
I did not graduate from Montana State University.
You attended Montana State?
I did.
During what year?
I can't remember. It's a
Way long
long
ago?
time ago, yeah.
Okay.
For me, it was.
What Where did you work prior to joining Republic?
I worked for a company called Pape, which owned a company or which was a large equipment dealer
Where was that at?
in Billings.
In Billings?
Yep, for 5 years.
You continue to live in Billings now?
I do, correct.
You say that your experience with new hauler in the market is that you see a rate drop. Correct?
It could be, yeah.
Okay. When did you see that?
I have seen it most recently in Billings.
Okay. And the effect was a drop in rates?
Yes, in part.
Okay. Is there more to it?
No,
In part.
no, there's no more to that.
So there was just a drop in rates.
Mhm.
Have you seen it anywhere else?
Not that I can say offhand.
So the only instance you've seen a new hauler get admitted to the market in Montana was Billings, and that resulted in a reduction in rates to customer.
That I'm aware of, correct.
Why are rates higher in the Flathead than they are in Billings for your same service?
There's a lot of differences that go into it. So location of where the provider is, location of where the customer is requiring the service at, seasonality, the weather goes into it big time. The competition in the area providing the service that they're requiring for the personnel, labor rates.
And competition?
Labor rates with competition.
Competition amongst hauler too, correct?
We don't really compete very much against Evergreen, so.
Okay, but for example, in the Billings market, you said there was a new hauler and it resulted in lower rates.
Mhm.
And so that would factor into it.
For
Competition.
Billings market, correct.
I want you to take a look at these documents. First of all, I want you to tell me if those look like screen printouts from your company's site when you try to get a quote for a, say, 20-yard dumpster.
Those are clicked by rates.
Click by rates, okay?
Yep.
And those are what you tell the public you'll charge, right?
That is the internet published rate, correct?
Okay, but if I'm a consumer, I'm looking at the internet published rate because that's what you tell me it is, correct?
I don't think the standard consumer would just look at the internet published rates. They could also make a phone call.
All right, but if I'm just an average consumer looking at the internet published rate, I learned that the Flathead rates are higher than any rates around the state, correct? For a 20-yard dumpster.
Given what you're showing me right now, I would say that that's the case.
Okay. Were you working for Republic when L&L was permitted to compete with Republic in Gallatin County?
I was not.
Okay. Are you familiar with Gallatin County operations of Republic?
I am.
Okay. Are you familiar with the differential rates charged by Republic in Bozeman? And then in the Big Sky area where L&L is not permitted to conduct business?
I'll have to take that for what you're saying. I'm not aware of the published rates for those locations.
Do you know generally the rates in Big Sky where L&L cannot compete are almost twice as high as the rates in Bozeman?
I'm not aware of that now.
Okay. All right, I have no further
Did you
questions.
say that L&L cannot provide service in Big Sky?
That was my assumption.
That's not the case. L&L can provide service in Big Sky and does provide service in Big Sky. And they have multiple commercial businesses up there.
Isn't it true that L&L can compete in parts of Big Sky, but not in like the Yellowstone Club or some of those other areas?
No,
That's not true.
not that I'm aware of.
The PSC would have a record on it, correct?
If there's a PSC permit that says that they cannot provide the service, then that's the case.
Have you ever read the Republic service case that involved L&L at U.S. Supreme Court 2019?
I'm not the person to speak to about that.
All right, fair enough. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Okay, we'll go to commission questions. Are there any questions from commissioners?
I have one.
Commissioner Bukuchek?
So it sounds like you're in agreement with Mr. Sandry, if I'm understanding correctly, that having a new hauler in Billings brought reduction in Republic.
I'm sorry, Commissioner.
Okay, nice and smart. You got another plan. So my understanding, if I'm understanding it correctly, you are in agreement with Mr. Sandry that having a new hauler in Billings brought reduction in Republic rates.
I would say that that's what I'm aware of currently right now. I don't know that I agree with him, but that's what's happening.
Okay, so there's a reduction in rates, but you don't necessarily agree with him that it has anything to do with new haulers.
Correct.
Okay, I misunderstood that. Okay. Do you know why, do you have a opinion why the rates dropped? If not from the new hauler?
I think I understood your question.
Okay,
wrong. Can
so-
you restate that? I apologize.
So you're in agreement with Mr. Sandry, I thought, but I was mistaken, that having a new hauler in Billings, that's the reason why Republic's rates dropped.
I wouldn't say that that's the only reason that our rates dropped. I'd say that the rates dropped. I would say there's a bunch of other things that have played into that as well.
Okay, so you were just making a statement in
Generalized
agreement
statement.
that the rates from Republic dropped.
That would be a generalized statement.
Okay, can you postulate what the other reasons would be? Just general categories,
Why the rates would drop?
why the rates dropped?
I would have to work with our finance team and find out what all went into that, because that's not the only thing that went into that.
Okay, so if you're saying not only then, I mean, I'd be happy to take a hypothesis, any theories you have.
I don't
Okay.
want to make an assumption.
Okay, thank you.
Finished?
Yes, I'm done.
Okay. Mr. Kaufman, how long have you been in this particular role with Republic?
I want to say 3 years, and I was a sales rep prior to that.
Was this the role that Chad Bauer had?
It was.
Okay.
Yep.
Because
In
I
part.
understood his role pretty well.
Yep. Yeah, we overlaid quite a bit for a while.
Okay.
He was also the GM prior to his departure. So.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
In the Billings market that Commissioner Bukacek was just speaking about, where Republic has lowered its rates, and Republic has lowered its rates in that market within the last few years, correct?
I want to say it was prior to even the other hauler coming into the market.
Do you have a time frame?
I don't.
Was the desire to price the services more competitively a factor in lowering the rates?
It could have been, but I'm not sure.
Okay. Are you familiar with the change in rates in Missoula County?
I am.
Have they gone up or down or stayed the same?
Looking at it on the whole, I would say in some of the denser areas, they've gone down. In the rural areas, they've stayed the same. Sometimes have gone higher. But in the more dense areas, they've gone down a little bit.
And since when?
I would say for the last, I'd say post-COVID.
So since 2021, 2022?
I would say 2021, 22, I'm not sure.
Okay.
Don't quote me on that, I'm not sure.
Was trying to create more competitive rates a factor in the Missoula market?
I'm not sure what played in that. You'd have to ask the finance manager that.
You made a statement earlier that all Republic customers are treated the same. Is that correct?
Yeah.
So in all the markets, they're all treated the same?
Yeah, we have our general training for everyone is the same top to bottom. I would say the only difference is that we aim to take care of our customers and service them for what their request is. I would say when we deal with, it's not the same in some respect when we deal with like contractors. We want to find out what the kind of business that they're doing, what kind of job they're doing to make sure we take care of them. Same thing with commercial customers. We want to understand their business so we can make sure we provide the right service, the right frequency, the right size of container for them. But making sure that at the end of the day, treating them same is getting the trash off the ground in a timely manner.
I think that's all the questions I have for you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there any, wait, you're not finished quite yet. I am. Parties have an opportunity to recross, so it would be back to Mr. Sandry right now, based on the scope of the questions the commission asked.
I have no further questions.
Did you have questions? Sure. Okay. Thank you. All right, redirect, or, and you didn't cross, so you don't have recross, and so back to redirect.
Thank you.
Republic.
Just a few questions here. Mr. Kaufman, going to your testimony about seeing rates drop in response to competition and billings, do you have that in mind?
Yeah.
Now, is your direct testimony that rates dropped initially, correct?
Correct.
And you also said that it was at a cost, correct?
Yeah.
So what was that cost?
I would have to, at the cost of, I'm not sure.
Okay. And did rates drop for everyone?
No.
So do you end up seeing a greater differential between rates for customers in dense areas compared to less dense areas?
Yeah, the price for the rural customers usually ends up staying the same or getting higher.
And you had the conversation about trying to attribute the decrease in rates to competition, and there could have been other factors, right? Do you recall
Yes.
that? Did Billings already have competition?
Yes, Billings had lots of competition.
And so it was just adding another competitor to a competitive market rather than
Correct.
changing. Okay. The conversation about the difference in rates between Bozeman and Big Sky, do you have that in mind?
Yep.
Are those different markets?
Yes, big time different markets. There's a whole lot of things that go into that. Seasonality, safety, can we get up and down those roads without having to back down them a whole bunch? Their distance to the landfill, all of those things. There's a lot of issues that Big Sky proposed or has within it.
Thank you. No further questions.
Thank you. All right.
Yeah.
I believe we're ready for the next, ready for your next witness.
May we take a 5-minute bathroom break, please? And then it's our last witness, so.
Okay, the time is 1:54. We'll take a 6-minute break and we'll come back at 2 o'clock. We are now off the record.
I was hoping I was going to get a chance. Good.
Yep.
We're back on the record. It's 2 p.m. The hearing will resume, and Republic Services, you may examine your witness.
Thank you. Republic Services has called Catherine Bernhardt to the stand. Catherine, can you please, Catherine needs to be sworn in. Oh, wait.
I was sworn in today.
Yeah, she was.
Thank you,
earlier.
though.
You were sworn in. Can you please state your name for the record and spell it?
Catherine Bernhardt, Catherine, Bernhardt, Bernhardt.
Who is your employer?
Republic Services,
What is your position there?
General Manager of Western Montana.
What does Western Montana encompass?
It encompasses essentially Yellowstone all the way up to the base of Glacier, but my hauling locations are Bozeman, Missoula, Ronan, and Whitefish. And then I oversee the landfill and recycling centers in Missoula as well.
How long have you been in that position?
A year and 4 months.
How many years have you been in the garbage hauling industry?
4.
Were all of those with Republic?
Yes.
Does Republic have a customer service department?
Yes.
When someone wants to book a roll-off, can they go through the website?
They can, yes.
Can they call the customer call center?
Yes.
Can they call a construction help desk if they are a construction customer?
Yes.
And where is that located?
It's located all over the US. So we have over 600 employees that are employed in our customer service center, located in different pods, but realistically all over the US.
And another way someone could book a roll-off or call for pickup, they could, for example, call Jake, like he mentioned earlier.
Yes.
Do you have any customer service folks in Lake and Flathead counties?
Yes.
How many?
We have 2 that I know of, but that doesn't mean that there aren't more that are part of the remote working pod. So we have 2 that kind of work in that customer service account managerial role that are based out of, both of them, I believe, are based in Lake County.
And they handle calls related to roll-off services?
They can. Like you outlined, there are multiple different ways that roll-off calls can kind of funnel into Republic.
Once those calls are in, the operations are local, correct?
Yes.
Because garbage hauling is local.
Yes.
Right. If a customer has a concern, can they call and speak to a customer service agent or a sales rep?
Yes.
And they can do that through the customer call center? Yes.
Sorry, I nodded, yes.
They can do that through the construction desk?
Yes.
They could call Jake, for
Correct.
example, correct?
Yes.
Can you describe a little more about the construction desk for the construction clients?
Yes. So you can call the construction help desk direct. I do not know that phone number off the top of my head. I apologize. But you can also, if you call the general customer service center, and in that conversation, it's notated that you are a construction company, then you would then be forwarded to the construction help desk. That ensures that we can help set up a roll-off properly. If there's any kind of waste profiling that needs to be done based on what landfill it would go to, is there's any kind of concerns around asbestos or anything else related to a construction box. At that point in time, the account is kind of created and it's flipped to the local team. So the individual at the construction help desk who fields that call will take all the necessary customer information, log it into our platform, and then it would essentially trigger for our local operations team to do a site check, as Jake alluded to, and follow up to execute on the actual work thereof. At that point thereafter, we try to prioritize that all of those relationships are then managed through our construction account manager, who is a sales rep who covers all construction accounts in Western Montana, so that we can ensure that we're trying to maintain that local feel and that kind of sense of local customer service versus them having to call back in to the construction help desk. But some of our construction customers do prefer to call that just to schedule their work.
And where is the construction account manager located?
He's located in Bozeman, but he is expected to travel to each market that he has on a quarterly basis at minimum, but typically the standard is monthly.
What is the process if a customer calls with a concern, for example? Do you note it in the customer's account? What happens?
Yeah, so it depends all on kind of who takes that call and how that's properly tracked. If it's called in through the customer's, the CRC, I'm sorry, I'm trying to call it the Customer Service Center, but we call it the CRC internally, Customer Resource Center. If they call into the customer call center, they essentially typically have a case tied to their account. That's then managed locally by the operations team. If that is not resolved, it then escalates. If they call in to sales direct with an issue, then that is logged in Salesforce in a different vertical or a different digital platform. And then that's where it's tracked through the customer account.
It sounds like in both cases that you described, though, the issue is then handled locally by operations. Is that correct? Thank you. Thank you, Catherine. I do not have any further questions, but these other nice folks may.
Thank you.
Okay, Evergreen, would you like to examine this witness?
No, madam.
Or NW Services?
I have no question.
No questions?
None.
Okay. Any questions from the commission or staff?
I have a couple questions. Go ahead. They're the same burning questions that I've had.
Speak up, though.
The same burning questions that I've had, and I'm thinking as a general manager, maybe you have the answers, maybe not. So I brought up to Evergreen and Republic to witnesses, as far as monitoring the timing of service delivery. For instance, one of the managers said the goal is the same day or 2 to 3 days. That's the goal. The other one said a typical service delivery is 2 to 3 days. And I asked for a little bit more robust statistical analysis in terms of like median, mean, what percentage takes a week, what percentage takes more than a week. And I'm hoping you have that information.
Yeah, so I don't have it to the extent of what you would want. I think realistically, while Republic has a lot of data at its ready, that would take a lot of due diligence into that to kind of uncover and get down to the actual number. Because essentially I would have to get an exported report of when customer made initial contact, when container was delivered on site, and then pull out all of the extraneous, customer's gate was locked. There was a foot of snow on the site and we couldn't even find where the property line, where they wanted the box to be dropped, et cetera. So I can't say that I've done that reporting myself on our end. Although we do just have general operational metrics that we try to adhere to and monitor on a regular basis that more so target kind of higher level of productivity.
Okay, so it would be difficult to get that more specific data because I don't think you were here yesterday, but
I called in.
Okay, so you were here online, so you could see there's a discrepancy between what the goals and the suggestion that a typical is a day or 2 to 3 days. There's a big discrepancy between what the witnesses were saying yesterday in terms of sometimes it could be a week, it could be 4 weeks. So there's no way to.
Unfortunately, I don't have that data nor have done that analysis.
Okay. My other burning question, the decreased rates that have occurred in Missoula and Gallatin counties. I understand in Yellowstone and the Billings area, there were other competitors before that. I believe Missoula and Gallatin counties, I believe L&L became a competitor for Republic in 2022, I believe.
So that was before my time in market, since I've only been enrolled here in Montana for a year, and prior to that, I was in Boston. I can't speak to the initial rate adjustments, if there were any, at the time of L&L or Grizzly entering the market.
Okay.
Okay, Ms. Bernhardt, regarding the goal of next day service, is that an official goal of your region to be able to serve customers next day?
I would say it's a self-proclaimed goal. It's not one that's put out by the company, but it's definitely the expectation that I have for my operations managers and their teams.
Okay. Would you say that then the goal that I think it was Mr. Persinger mentioned of the goal is next day service, is he getting that goal from you then?
I would say high level. I think that at the end of the day, most of my managers in place, adhere to a high level of customer service for our customer base. And so I think that it's, goes without me saying that as well for most of my team.
Okay, so the goal isn't really a formal goal?
No, ma'am.
Just a concept? Okay. And so if the goal, if the informal goal is next day, but 2 to 3 days is pretty close, next best option, is that the way you think of it as well?
Yes.
And you don't know how often you're meeting that goal?
No, I typically don't have that granular line of sight, considering I manage scope from Bozeman all the way across to Whitefish. I will say I get customer escalations if they go unresolved after, customer calls back in twice, the way that it's structured out. So sorry, let me back that up real quick. A customer calls in with an issue. If they call into the customer service center and it does not get resolved, then it escalates. At that point, it would go, instead of to the operations supervisor, logistic analyst, like Jake had alluded to, it then escalates to Jake. If it's not resolved within 24 hours, it escalates to me. That being said, I have not had, since I've been enrolled, any roll-off related escalations through the customer service center to myself.
Okay, thank you for that. Are you familiar with the rate structure that Republic is serving that Republic is using within the Western Montana region that you are the GM of?
At a high level, yes, ma'am.
I heard testimony yesterday that the rate for these roll-off containers was substantially different between some of the different markets that Republic services. Do you have any reason to dispute that?
I think that there's a lot of variable costs, as kind of my colleagues have spoken to, that go into each market. The cost of doing business, the cost of living and associated salaries, the variable costs and the disposal costs in each market vary so much from market to market that our costs will vary from market to market, and thus our pricing as well.
Okay, so your testimony is that there is a price differential between the markets?
Yes.
Do you know if the desire to be more competitive is a factor in how you set rates?
I would say always. At the end of the day, I think that we want to ensure that our customers can stay in business and themselves be profitable, as well as ourselves, because the more that business is successful in market, the more that we're successful as well.
Do you look at what other companies are charging for this similar services in your?
Yes, we take a lot of factors into our pricing models.
Are you aware if a comparison has been done between what Grizzly Disposal, I think it's called, under L&L, is charging in Missoula? Are you aware if Republic's looked into that, the rate that L&L is charging in the Missoula market or the Gallatin County market, and factored that into whether or not to adjust Republic's prices?
We constantly reassess our pricing based on what we learn is going on in market from a competitive pricing perspective. My sales manager and finance manager are closely involved in that practice.
Okay. Do you know if prices have, if Republic's prices have adjusted downward since L&L received its license to operate in Gallatin County and or Missoula County?
As I said earlier, I wasn't here whenever they initially got their permit, so I don't know where the baseline for that would have occurred.
So you haven't looked back at what prices have historically been within your market or your region?
No, I have not.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank
Can I ask
you.
one? Oh, Commissioner Bukacek has another one.
Sorry for your question, Madam Chair. So you're talking about if the complaint couldn't be resolved, it would escalate to Jake, and then 24 hours if it wasn't resolved, it would go to you.
It's actually, I believe, less than 24 hours. I want to say it's 12 hours because I've seen them escalate in the same day, but so I could be mistaken on the exact hours.
My question is that escalation, is that customer driven?
Yes.
So the customer
Calls
would have
that
to
makes
know
the
to call
initial
back.
One at a time, one at a time.
So the customer would have to call and say, my problem hasn't been resolved, and then it would go to Jake. That would be what I would think of as customer initiated. So the original is a complaint. And then if it doesn't get taken care of in 12 to 24 hours or so, it goes to Jake. And then it's still not taken care of, it goes to you. So my question is that going to Jake or going to you because it hasn't been adequately resolved, does that come from Republic or does that come from the customer saying it hasn't been dealt with?
It comes from Republic.
Okay.
So we have certain levers in place to essentially trigger an automatic escalation. And if then I don't resolve it, it goes to my boss and my boss's boss. So we ensure that that does not happen.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, and just for clarification, what Commissioner Bukacek just paraphrased in terms of your process, was that accurate?
Yes.
Okay, great. All right, any questions? Okay, are there any recross based on the commission's questions?
I don't have it.
Okay, and we'll go back to redirect then.
Nothing further from us. Thank you.
Okay, is there any objection to permanently excusing this witness then?
None.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Bernhardt, you are permanently excused.
And with that, Republic rests its case.
Excellent. So that leads us to okay, so the next section of our proceeding will be NW Services rebuttal testimony. Here to proceed, Mr. Sandry.
I am.
Okay.
And NWS has no rebuttal testimony.
Very good.
No cross.
Just a minute. Okay. Nothing else from the parties, correct?
Correct, Your Honor. Excuse me.
Excellent. Good job. Well, thank you. The chair wishes to thank the counselors and witnesses for your time and the effort for the civil manner in which the hearing's been conducted and the expediency of it as well, and to the commissioners and the staff. And we also thank Flathead County Fairgrounds for getting us a building that worked better. Before we adjourn for this hearing, are there any closing statements by any parties?
Yeah, I think we have.
All right.
You want to hear one or not?
Well, it would be first, it's Evergreen and Republic, and then it's, no, it's not. Okay, it's NW Services first. I stand corrected. All right. So, Mr. Sandry, your closing statement.
Montana Public Service Commission was formed in 1913, and the purpose of forming the Public Service Commission was to regulate utilities and limited control over transportation, like we see here. So the eye was towards the public good, and really on a 30,000-foot view, the question before you is whether allowing NWS entrance into the market will promote the public good. We believe the answer is clearly yes. This commission has seen recently cases and have a real good framework for analyzing the legal issues together with the evidence that's been presented. One of the more recent cases is McGree and Republic Services v. PSC. That cites 2019 MT 75. All of these attorneys were involved in that, I would know. But the threshold question here is the fitness of the applicant, NW Services. Can NW Services perform that which it seeks certification to do? And we don't think there's any question about that. Now, there's been plenty of speculation that NW Services, Mitch and Merrill Hill would be unsafe, wouldn't have safety programs and that sort of thing. And I hope that that notion is rebuffed a little bit with Mitch's extensive experience in construction, which if you look at work comp rates, is a much more dangerous occupation than a truck driver. But the Hills are conscientious people, and there's no evidence before this tribunal, other than speculation, to suggest that they are not fit. The next inquiry has to do with something called public convenience and necessity. You hear it all the time, but it's not defined statutorily. Within the McGree case, there's a framework to take a look at that issue. Is there a public need? You had a parade of witnesses before you say that there is a public need. You've got census data saying that the population is burgeoning in this area and that there is a public need. You've got two educated people that seriously desire to get into this market, to provide services for remuneration. How much of a risk are these two going to take, given their current situation, if they didn't think there was a need? Yeah, they don't have market studies. They didn't hire somebody to perform a market study, but they didn't figure they needed one. Because the bottom line is there has been so much angst amongst construction folks with both Evergreen and Republic, even though it may not be reflected in reviews. And maybe that's because construction guys don't write reviews. Maybe that's because the software doesn't ask people that are disgruntled to tell them what the problem is. It just asks people that are happy to write a review. But there's a market. There's no question there's need. Mitchell, not that he's omniscient, has no question that he could get those 4 units busy in a heartbeat. And he sort of did with Sandry for a minute until he responsibly held back pending a decision of this commission. Can he service the entire area, every single need? No, but that's not an issue before you. It's just not. There's no requirement that if NW Services asks for an application, it has to be willing and have the equipment to service every single customer in the area. That's nonsense. Will NW Services entrance into this arena, into the market, endanger the operations of either Evergreen or Republic in a way that's contrary to the public interest? There's been no testimony about that. Nobody said that they were going to get hurt because NW Services came into the market. They simply told you they didn't want them. And then they conjured reasons why you shouldn't give a certificate to NW Services. They talked about safety again. The guy's never done it, this, that, and the other thing. And that's true, but he can do it. And situation where the operations of existing carriers are imperiled or endangered by a new entrant to the extent it would be contrary to the public interest is something we can all imagine. If this is a situation where NWS came into the market and totally put these two out of business, Mitchell and his wife, with all their good intentions, couldn't service the entire area. But that's not what's going on here. What's more likely to happen is the only testimony that we heard. And that testimony was from Republic, and it was that the only market he's seen a new entrant is in Yellowstone. And in that instance, rates went down. Yes, there was maybe another peril. His counselor implored him to tell us about it, but he couldn't. Rates went down. And we think rates should go down here too. Rates are all part of this. In the statutory structure that was amended, it included your consideration of competition. Would competition be good for the Flathead Valley and Libby and Lake County? Sure it would. Republic is making a killing on doing what it's doing in this area because nobody else is doing it. So is Evergreen. It is a monopoly, but it gets to be that way until these factors are met and somebody else comes in. A growth of a net of about 10 million in 4 years, a growth of that much. And why are the rates different? Why is Bozeman rate less than the Flathead? Growth's probably similar. I don't know that for a fact, but I'm guessing. Why is Missoula so much cheaper? Why is Great Falls cheaper? It's more expensive up here because it can be, and that should be corrected. You can consider competition, can't be your only consideration, and competition can't be considered in the abstract. In other words, geez, we want competition, so we'll let them in. But it definitely fits this case. If there was ever a case where a new competitor should be allowed to come in and participate and help the public, we think this fits it. Thanks.
Thank you. Okay, closing Republic.
As I described in my opening remarks, there's a well-established process for evaluating an application for a PCN permit. First, the commission considers. Oh,
Trail off really.
sorry,
End of your sentence, and I have a tough time hearing you, so,
let me start.
Please start over and speak,
Okay.
please.
sorry.
As I described in my opening remarks, there's a well-established process for evaluating an application for a PCN permit. First, the commission considers whether the applicant is fit and able to provide the proposed service. The commission has previously found that a brand new carrier like NW Services can demonstrate fitness in spite of a lack of history of operations in a county if it has financial resources, adequate equipment, and extensive experience. Here, NW Service has demonstrated that it has limited financial resources and equipment compared to the existing providers, and no experience operating legally in the regulated waste hauling industry. The applicant is not fit and able to provide service across the expansive service territory requested, and the application should be denied. But even if the commission believes the applicant is fit and able to provide the proposed service, the applicant has not demonstrated that there's a public need. Despite the significant growth in the market, we heard from only a handful of shipper witnesses with generalized concerns. And some of those concerns were based on unrealistic and unreasonable expectations, such as the belief that roll-off service should always be provided on the same day basis. In light of the growth in the market and the limited evidence of a real need for a new provider reflected in the evidence, the application should be denied. A mere desire for competition is insufficient to demonstrate need. But even if the commission found NWS as fit and able, and there is a public need, then the commission must find that the existing carriers are unable and unwilling to meet the need before granting a PCN. There's extensive unrebutted evidence showing that Republic Services is willing and able to serve customers within its certificated areas in Flathead and Lake counties. Accordingly, the application should be denied. Finally, if despite the record here, the commission finds that the applicant is fit and able, has demonstrated there is a public need, and it is clear that need cannot be met by existing carriers, the commission considers whether granting the authority to a new carrier will harm the operations of the existing carriers contrary to the public interests. Here we've heard that increasing competition in the market is likely to harm customers. Rates might go down in more dense areas, while rates would likely increase for customers in less dense areas. The ability to subsidize the recycling services Evergreen provides in the Kalispell community could be impacted. There are legitimate safety concerns with a new provider entering the market, including the addition of more trucks to the roads, including those potentially operating without a commercial driver's license. Based on the record here, the application should be denied. Thank you.
Thank you. And Evergreen, would you like to close?
Thank you. I would like to remind the commission that the burden is on NWS to prove all elements to demonstrate entitlement to a permit. Mr. Stoffel accurately described the elements the commission must consider. Based on the testimony presented, NWS has not established that it's fit to provide the requested services. They have 2 personal vehicles, 4 containers, and a trailer. That's not sufficient to meet market needs, especially where we had testimony that the majority of customers want 30-yard containers that NWS can't even provide. NWS has not presented evidence of demonstrated resources sufficient to build a business. They have $136,000 on a line of credit available to them, which from the testimony provided isn't even enough to purchase a truck sufficient to carry a 30-yard container that the market prefers. NWS doesn't have a business plan. They have a sketch, and that sketch doesn't even match with the plan they testified to, and the numbers aren't realistic based on the existing carrier's testimony. NWS's plan, if granted a permit, is to come up with a plan. And that's not my gloss, that's what Mr. Hill testified to. Mr. Hill said as much in his redirect. He said that it will take some time to formulate a business if a permit is granted. It's a plan to make a plan. That doesn't comport with the need to show the commission that there is fitness as of today. NWS suggests that there's a need in this market because there's growth. Need does not equal growth. Growth alone does not demonstrate need. There is no unmet need in this market. The existing carriers both testified that they have grown with the market to meet the needs of the market. They are consistently serving folks in a timely manner. Mr. Hill testified that a week for delivery was adequate and 3 days for pickup was adequate. The existing carriers are meeting that need. There was zero testimony of any need in Lincoln County. Zero. There was also zero shipper testimony for any needs in the last year in any area Evergreen services other than Mr. Galtney, who testified to his expectation or wish that services could be turned around same day, which both carriers testified was unrealistic in any market. Evergreen provides the services requested by its customers, and it does so safely. It's implemented technology to ensure that its drivers operate safely. It complies with DOT guidelines and has additional safety protocols that ensure that the folks on the road are safe. And that is important when you're dealing with these size of trucks. Finally, there is harm to the existing haulers contrary to the public interest if a new permit is granted. Evergreen provided testimony that its ability to continue flathead recycling operations, which is responsive to a community need and a community desire, might be imperiled if its revenues go down. Likewise, Evergreen provides donations to the community, and that ability to continue to do so, to provide the roll-offs for this very fairground we're sitting at today, later this month might be imperiled if an additional hauler is allowed in. And finally, as to a consideration of competition, NWS has offered no testimony with what its rates would be. Its pro forma is an average rate for an average customer. There is absolutely no testimony that has been presented that from which the commission could conclude that rates would be lower from NWS. We just don't have that testimony here. With all of that, I would proffer to the commission that NWS has not met its burden and the application should be denied.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. All right, we will now move off the record for a brief scheduling conference. The time is 2:35 p.m. and we are off the record for probably just a few minutes. Okay. The time is 2:52 PM. The results of the scheduling conference will now be read into the record by Commission Staff Attorney Pamela Snyder Barnes as an order of the Public Service Commission, and no separate scheduling order will be issued.
Thank you, Vice President Fielder. The parties have agreed and the commission will be ordering that the post-hearing briefing schedule is as follows. It is expected that the transcript will be prepared and filed by the commission no later than July 31st. The parties will submit both findings of fact and conclusions of law and briefing. The applicant's deadline for doing that will be August 15th. Response briefs will be due September 2nd of 2025, and a reply brief, which is optional, if the applicant so chooses, will be due September 8th. The commission does agree to waive any requirement that the parties produce hard copies of any of the post-hearing briefing. Anything else from the parties?
Nothing.
All right. All right, well, thank you, everybody. The evidentiary hearing is now closed, and the time is 2:53 PM, and the final public comment period is open. Please note that this session is being recorded, and all comments received will be public records. Are there any public commenters in the room? Are there any public commenters in the room? Seeing none. Are there any public commenters online?
No, there are not.
There are no public commenters online. All right, well, thank you to everyone who participated in this matter. Time is 2:54 PM and the hearing is adjourned.
Thank you, it's so nice to meet you.